To call to order the, ready? I'd like to call to order the special closed session meeting of the Solvang City Council, Monday, October 26, 2020, 5 p.m. Can I get a roll call?
Mayor Bertram Clark,
I'm here.
Councilmember DeJarnius,
Me too.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Waite,
Here.
Mayor Tuson.
Here. With that, we'll go to closed session. I'll ask the city attorney to give the proper title readout.
Mr. Mayor, you have one closed session item this evening. Exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, one case. This relates to a matter that you heard a couple of weeks ago, a claim by Mr. Ed Skitt concerning property between Hans Christian Andersen Park and Chalk Hill Road. We had advised Mr. Skitt's attorney that there were some problems with the claim as it had been submitted. Those have now been revised, and the claim has been resubmitted.
Okay. With that, we'll go to public comment. Do we have any public comment?
There is nobody here in person for public comment.
Okay. With that, we will go to closed session. All right, we're good? Okay, I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Solvang City Council, October 26, 2020, 6:30 PM. I'll take a roll call, and then I'll have us formally close out of the closed session meeting that we had earlier at 5.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Here.
Councilmember DeJarnius,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Waite. Here. Mayor Toussaint.
Here. Or actually, maybe we should do the pledge first. While we're at it. No, I'm gonna do this and then we'll close.
Place your right hand over your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so the first thing we need to do is properly close out of the closed session meeting we had earlier today at 5 PM. I'll let the city attorney follow up on that.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, you had a closed session concerning exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 to consider a tort claim filed by Ed Skitt concerning property between Hans Christian Andersen Park and Chalk Hill Road. This was a revised claim by Mr. Skitt to correct problems with his earlier claim. The council voted on motion by Mayor Toussaint, seconded by Councilmember DeJarnius, and voted 5-0 to deny the claim, but asked me to read a email that we sent to Mr. Skitt's attorney, Mr. Sprague. We sent that last week. Dear Mr. Sprague, below please find an email from City Planning Consultant Lori Tamura outlining the information city needs to proceed with Mr. Skitt's request for a conditional certificate of compliance. City has not received the requested information. City remains willing to meet with Mr. Skitt and is waiting to receive the documents requested by Ms. Tamura. If you or other legal counsel plan to be at present at a meeting with Ms. Tamura, then City Attorney Chip Woolbrandt will need to be present as well due to the threat of litigation. Pending such a meeting, Mr. Skitt remains welcome to submit the requested documentation at any time. I would note that that then included an email that had been provided by the city's professional planning consultant, Lori Tamura, from March the 26th, which provided the list of items and information that simply need to be submitted so the city can process the request by Mr. Skitt. And copies of that are available for the public.
So with that, we're properly closed out of closed session. We'll go back into the regular meeting agenda. First item we have is public communications, written or verbal. I believe I have one speaker slip from Joanne Clark.
So this is items not on the agenda. We'll take public comment in person first.
Hi, before I give you my name, I just want to preface what I'm saying one more time, is that I have absolutely no personal issue against anybody in this room. I'm just a concerned citizen. I love my town, and I'm here out of concern for some things that are going on. So I'm Joanne Clark, and I am a Solvang resident. Last council meeting, there were citizens that came forward out of concern for interaction of a council member with a group of protesters in Solvang whose sole objective is to put a business out of business. At the end of the meeting, Mr. DeJarnius said, quote, "I am not encouraging them to do anything except honor Hazel Mortensen." Yet in a video, we see Brittany Drake, who represents this group of protesters, saying Solvang City Councilman Chris DeJarnius is on board with our cause and supports the ban, which means Mr. DeJarnius had to have introduced himself as a city council member and given support to this group. So I called the city and I asked what your oath of office is. And the very first sentence in the oath of office is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, which means every one of you supported to support every Solvang citizen's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which would include owning a business and supporting your family. So Mr. DeJarnis used his title of office to support a group of people that are trying to put a business out of business that he's sworn to support. So he's broken his oath of office. Not only that, he's put the city at risk. He's taken his title, put his support behind a group that could easily target Solvang and claim that we're a city that endorses and supports animal abuse, which we don't do. Another risk is if I was a business person and I wanted to put a business in Solvang, and I knew a city councilman would use his title to go after my business and close me down, I'm not so sure I'd want to do business in that town. So last meeting, the city attorney assured us that the only way to censure Mr. DeJarnis is if, quote, he causes jeopardy to the city or has some other significant impact like that. I believe Mr. DeJarnis has crossed that line. Every one of you here took that oath. Mr. Clark, you're going to be on this council for 2 more years, so you need to step up and say something that you believe this is serious. Councilwoman Waite, how can you expect us to vote for you for mayor, to be the head of the council and to represent the city if it's all these things are met with apathy? We need to know as a community that you support us. So please, please say something and please do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment?
Do we have anybody else in person for items not on the agenda? Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to speak on items not on the agenda? If so, please raise your hand. I see one hand raised. John Padfield. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, I would like to know if the city attorney works for the city council members or the city and us tax-paying residents. The reason I'm asking is I have made a number of public records requests and have been given virtually no itemized statements, yet the reasoning is always attorney-client privilege communication. However, I've noticed that the city attorney's monthly fees to the city have continually escalated over the past months. I realize that personnel matters, contract negotiations, real estate purchases, etc., are confidential until they can be disclosed to the public. However, when I go through the full city council meeting agenda packets, I see billing from Price, Postal, and Parma, LLC, billed to the city and us taxpayers, and yet there's no itemizations. There's the hourly rate and the city attorney's number of hours. For example, October's total was $39,928. August, it was $32,000, and I thought the city attorney was on vacation in August. June 2020 was $85,499, so let's call it $86,000. May 2020, $88,400. So 4 months alone, we're looking at over $239,000 to the city's taxpayers. The previous city attorney's firm yearly average for the entire year was $80,000 to $90,000 per year. I would like to know why the meteoric increase since Price, Parma, and Postal, or Postal and Parma, have been contracted by the city, because it seems to me that unlike one person that's currently on the council now says that he is going to help save us taxpayer constituents money, the city attorney fees have escalated out of control. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody?
Next speaker. Chip, if you'd like to respond to a couple of these.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just would note, because I was listening to those numbers, and as you all know, we actually agreed to cap our fees in response to the significant challenges from COVID-19 for April, May, and June. They were each $25,000 plus a relatively small amount for the specialist I have working on the ongoing personnel issues that you have. And so they were nowhere near those numbers. I would like in some ways if they were, but they're nowhere near those numbers. And if Mr. Padfield has requested copies of our detailed billings in the last few months, I've not seen those requests. We're happy to provide those billings.
And just for clarification, you have the title as city attorney, but you work for a firm, and your firm has, I think, many specialists that do other things to the city of Solvang. And we've also made changes with water and river well negotiations, et cetera. So there's going to be various assets from PPP working for the city of Solvang. So just because you're on vacation doesn't mean that there's no one working for the city.
That's absolutely correct. We have, at different times, at least 4 people who were doing various different things. But again, I actually capped the amount for April, May, and June. And so I don't know where Mr. Padfield is getting his numbers, but it's nowhere near that amount.
Okay.
Is there any more public comment on Zoom? I see Julie Glenn raised her hand. Please go ahead. Julie?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
My name is Julie Glendenning. I am a city resident. I hate to bring it up one more time because Mr. DeJernis gets very upset, but I was extremely upset at the last meeting over the Honan and Mr. DeJernis's behavior about it yet again, when he called Sal Arona the Arona kid, when Mr. Arona had been before the council just moments before speaking, very clearly saying his name was Sal Arona. I felt that that was very degrading by Mr. DeJernis. I also am infuriated by the fact that he says it's monopoly when anyone who wants to start a business with a horse-drawn carriage in Solvang, all they need to do is come before the council and request a conveyance, a horse-drawn conveyance report, and pay the fees just like any other business has paid for a horse-drawn conveyance in the city of Solvang. And then he also talks about the fact that there needs to be more money and they need to be paying more when the council, and he was talking that they don't pay any parking in lieu, when the council on June 8th gave away $98,000 in taxpayer money by letting Solvang Brew out of paying their fair share of the parking in lieu fees. So you go after the Honan for parking in lieu, and you've given away $98,000 of taxpayer money. I find that egregious, absolutely ridiculous that the council is doing this. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Are there any other public speakers?
Do we have anybody else that would like to speak on items not on the agenda now on Zoom or on phone? If you're on phone, please go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm on.
I see 35000727. Please go ahead.
Which one?
That would be you, Lammy.
Oh, okay, great. Hi, Lammy Johnstone here. I would like to talk about or can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I want to talk about the recall of Mr. DeGeneres. I've got 3 things here. Number 1, he abused the council board of ethics code. Specifically, and I now quote, members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, boards, and commissions, the staff, or public.
Look at this.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I think she's.
I'm sorry?
Chris, it's,
Hello?
we
Yes,
can hear
please-
you.
May
Please
I
continue.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Chris has horribly failed there. Secondly, more recently, he mentioned in a flyer that came out, for whatever reason I never received it. The recall is sponsored by the, quote, corrupt Solvang mafia, end quote. Who the heck are these people? Name them. Don't put in there, corrupt Solvang mafia. Name them when it's your chance to speak. Don't take time away from me. Third, in that same flyer, you say you are cutting quote unquote fraud. Yet, a number of years ago, you lost your broker's license for quote unquote fraud, and you had to pay $32,000.
That's simply not true.
You know,
You're
Miss-
lying.
Please
Stop it.
let her finish her public comment.
Excuse me. I look forward to future council meetings. Those without Mr. DeGeneres on the dais. By the way, I had the recall, as you all probably know. I have no Danish blood. I am Irish. Thank you very much for listening to me. Have a lovely evening. Bye-bye.
Okay, next speaker.
Do we have anybody else on the phone or on Zoom that would like to make a comment on items not on the agenda? I see nobody raising their hand. Nobody's unmuted. Those of you on the phones, push *6 to unmute yourself if you would like to speak. *6 to unmute. See nobody else making public comment. No
Okay.
more public comment.
With public comment being done, we'll move into item number 2, exec reports and advanced calendar.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to clarify really quickly regarding John Padfield's comment. His name may not ring the name, but he did have a public information request, which was actually responded to with assistance of Price Partner Pastel. But I just wanted to clarify that.
And I would just note, as I recall, that was at least several months ago, and I'm pretty sure that we provided him with complete copies of detailed bills.
We've provided with what Parliament Pastel had sent me. With that, I would like to go on with the executive report. I have a few items here, a few updates. The first update is BDC design guidelines. Copenhagen Drive closure implementation is currently in progress. This item is on the was on the agenda at the last council meeting where the council approved the BDC guidelines. And we are currently working with the businesses. Last week was the notification period. We've actually partnered with Chamber of Commerce to push it out to the businesses and make sure that everybody is aware, in addition to our own city efforts. And IDK will also be sending some information in regards to the marketing benefit of that closure. The plan right now is to have this process completed with all the guidelines intact, including the barriers, the umbrellas, the furniture, as well as removal of things that are no longer authorized based on this action by about November 13th, barring that there is no shortages in some of the bulk items that would be distributed through the city, such as the barriers, because we really want to make sure that those are consistent, and then those would be resold essentially to the businesses. Businesses are this week should be applying for the loans if they're interested in a $3,000 loan to help them with these guidelines. For those businesses that are impacted, it's a interest-free loan and repayable within 12 months. The BDC guidelines, before they came to the council at the last meeting, were heard at multiple hearings. BDC had discussed the fact that they would be discussing them at their first meeting. Then they held the virtual public workshop at the same time as they walked the street and discussed the guidelines, and then they finally met and discussed in great detail what the guidelines would be, which was another public meeting, which was then finally brought to the council for final adoption at the last council meeting. Now, just this Thursday, BDC held a special meeting and they made recommendations for design guidelines, which are similar for businesses operating in public right-of-way in the TRC area. And that is on your consent agenda today. All recommendations made by BDC are actually within all of the in compliance with all of the standing ordinances of the City Council, as well as in compliance with the relaxed sign and permitting guidelines that you had originally adopted when the COVID-19 happened. So with BDC having reviewed and made recommendations on the design aspect of that, the implementation of that item is actually within the authority of city manager, other than the item, portion of the item that speaks to expanding the loan program to these additional businesses in TRC that are operating in the public right-of-way with temporary encroachment permits. And the guidelines are very similar for businesses that are just expanding on the sidewalk, and then they use the K-rail for safety reasons, which is similar in cost for businesses that are expanding in the public right-of-way, and those would be white K-rails to keep it all consistent the same way. As with Copenhagen, it would be recommendations to have black furniture and then to have umbrellas of one single color for each business. We still have a vacancy on the BDC committee. I have been going through the list, and there have been a number of people who declined. There's a couple more people to reach out to, which will be done this week, but so far we are still operating as a 4-member committee at this point. The next meeting for Planning Commission is November 2nd, and that meeting agenda mirrors exactly what was at the last October agenda, where the 2 items were pushed forward for various reasons. So there would be 2 projects on that agenda. One is for the 11-unit condominiums on Alisal, and then the 11-unit hotel on Mission. I'd like to just remind everybody that the general plan kickoff was planned for end of November, or is planned for end of November, now that you have approved the contract with our consultants for that comprehensive effort with Minter Harnish, and that will all start with the public outreach as the beginning of that campaign. I'd like to let you know that the 2 positions that were authorized or back-funded with the financial plan of 2020-22 are now filled or about to be filled. The part-time office assistant is filled and is here with us at the city. And then the management analyst has also been hired and will actually be starting next week, which will be a whole 4 hours a week and much help to all the things that I do. So I'm looking forward to that. Now we have an exciting project that a lot of residents or those who like to play tennis and pickleball have been asking for, which was priced originally at about $70,000 to $90,000. So staff has come up with creative way to hopefully get this done with the efforts of in-house staff from Public Works, as well as Parks and Recreation for a combined effort with a donation program. We are hoping to raise $10,000. If that happens, we could actually construct pickleball courts right next to the tennis courts at the ACH Park for about $20,000. We also have been working with the Sheriff's Department to start a trial program for traffic enforcement on overtime. I've talked to you about this before. So at this point, we're just going to do a couple of weeks trial for them to be present in the areas where we have a lot of morning and afternoon commuter type of violations and see how that goes. And if that's working out well, then I may be coming back to you with a budget adjustment proposal or request to keep that program going just as an ongoing program on overtime, which should not be more than about $20,000 a year, if not less. Just a reminder to everybody that the Visitor Center is reopening on November 1st, which is great. That's what businesses have been asking for. And this week, I'll issue a SurveyMonkey for a very simple question. You have heard last council meeting about the Ed St. George project, and there was a discussion about a potential hotel. So there would be a quick survey just saying what would you rather have, which would be for an apartment project or a hotel project, and if so, would you prefer to have a mission style or a Danish style type of architecture? So look out for that for residents and businesses in town to get their opinion on our city website. Now, of course, we have the election coming up, and then I also wanted to say that the city has implemented a new public records request platform. It has been up for a couple of weeks. Obviously, records that are prior to that have not been processed through this platform, but this platform makes it very transparent for what records are being made and what information is being distributed. So it's now available on our website. If you see on the top, it says Public Records Request on the top right. You click on that and it takes you to this website where people can actually search for any public records requests on this website before they submit one. So there may be already information that they're submitting for that might exist. It also makes it very transparent about what has been asked for.
Has it crashed yet?
It has not crashed yet, but I must say that this is one of those points that I would want to say that we have definitely had a surge of public information requests and a high volume public information requests. So that has been a task for many staff in the city to be responding to this, especially with election and everything else going on. There's a lot of interest in different records. So, but everything is going to be available on this website as information is being distributed. I just wanted to bring this up because I think there's some confusion about the agenda posting, and I just want to be clear about the Brown Act posting notice requirements, which are legal matter, and some of the city considerations. So the Brown Act notice requires that a notice and agenda for regular meeting must be posted 72 hours in advance, posted in an accessible location, mailed to persons who require notice. Special meetings may be called by posting an agenda at least 24 hours before the meeting. It must contain a brief general description of each item of business to be transacted or discussed at the meeting, including items not to be discussed in closed session. So that's the agenda that's always posted well in advance of 72 hours that provides with that brief general description of each item. Now, the supplemental materials by law, reports, PowerPoints, presentations, are not required to be submitted or prepared. They can be submitted and distributed to the council and the public as they become available, as they are prepared. And frankly, even if there was no presentation and no report, it would be perfectly legal for me to give you a verbal report at the meeting. But as those become available, they're always posted and distributed to the public. Now, the City Code has its own code section that talks about agenda, and it has certain procedural requirements or desires. There's quite a bit of language of shall and language about unforeseen circumstances and how items should be submitted to the city clerk and when the city clerk should post it. Overall, it's definitely generally aligned clearly with the Brown Act, where the truly required elements are consistent with Brown Act, but there's some desire for the agendas to be posted earlier on Thursdays. However, I would also remind everybody that we are still under the emergency declaration of COVID-19 right now. Moving on to the advanced calendar for November and December, I have been talking for a few meetings now that we will be looking at the general plan fee study contract that would come before council, the water and wastewater fee study contract that will also help with the financing of the wastewater treatment plant, website update contract to potentially consider, the Visit SYV petition for TBIT renewal will be coming at the next meeting, the first meeting in November. We will also be presenting the certified annual financial report in December, which is earlier than it has ever been done before, and we are on track for that. County is doing a great job. And then we'll also be looking at an update of the stormwater ordinance, and we'll be bringing to you an update for drainage impact fees for your consideration to get those more in line with today's costs. The final item I would like to mention will be the Skid Mesa LLMD special project. As you would recall, there was some desire about a year ago to be able to do special projects in Skid Mesa. We have had meetings with their representatives and have come up with a process to where the Skid Mesa residents have their own process for bringing up projects that might work to the city engineer, and that process seems to be working well. With that, I would turn it over to City Attorney and our Public Works Director for executive report regarding the State Water Resource Control Board application.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we wanted to give you a brief update on this activity, and in particular to provide the public with an update. We've had a couple of closed sessions with you because this is, in fact, an adjudicatory hearing process in front of the State Water Resources Control Board, but we think it's important for the public to know the extent of activity that's occurring and changes that are occurring. And then I believe that Matt will be bringing an item back at your council meeting in November concerning some reports that the state board is requiring you to have prepared. So we'll be bringing back to you proposals from consultants for those reports. Just as a brief overview, the city area was served water by an entity called SMID, the Solvang Municipal Improvement District, up until incorporation of the city. And it did that from wells that are located in the river. Those wells are subject to a permit application that was originally submitted with the state back in 1969. And that went through a couple of iterations. The city incorporated. One of the iterations required that the use of the water be fully developed and proved by 1990. The original application was to pump up to 3,600 acre feet a year. The city by 1990 had only used approximately 1,368. So the city had not, in fact, put in the facilities or accomplished the use to utilize that full 3,600 acre feet. In 1990, the city submitted an application to the State Water Resources Control Board for a time extension and for certain other changes to continue to try and develop that additional water. And that process has been ongoing again since 1990. Earlier this year in February of 2020, right before we had the COVID lockdowns, the state board, using a process that was signed into law in 2018, referred your then 30-year ongoing process for what's called an administrative hearing officer. And by letter that's in your packet from that administrative hearing officer, an attorney, Alan Lilly, on April the 1st, 2020, basically a week and a half after you declared your emergency, we were hit with an aggressive schedule where Mr. Lilly had decided that all of the outstanding issues from those 30 years of effort were to be completed and hearings were to be held beginning in August of this year. We immediately responded that was virtually impossible, particularly given the circumstances the city is under with COVID-19 and that the state is under with COVID-19. Mr. Lilly has instead held a number of pre-hearing conferences and required the city basically on about a monthly basis to provide updated reports. We have looked at the city's history of applications and at the physical facilities that would be necessary to try and accomplish the most recent time extension and request for change, which was submitted back in 2015. And at that time, the city was requesting to be able to pump 1,980 acre feet from up to 6 new wells that the city was proposing to drill in the river. We also have looked at what the likely limitations are for listed as endangered species, steelhead in the river, and water use by Improvement District Number 1, the Alisal Ranch, and others. And working with your Public Works Director, we've instead come up with a proposed change in project, which we presented to your council. You authorized us to submit that as an updated project description. And that updated project description would instead have the city limit itself to 2 new wells, which would actually both be located in the area downstream, significantly downstream of the existing wells, significantly downstream of the area that's been identified as of greatest concern for Steelhead, which is the area near the Alisal Bridge, and to limit the city's overall pumping to no more than the 1,368 acre feet that you proved up by 1990, and has a pumping schedule and other limits that would, we believe, address the concerns of the fishery resources agencies, the public interest groups, the Alisal, and ID1. So we've now submitted that to the state board. It's here in your packet. Again, we have to provide them with a schedule for an environmental document pursuant to CEQA and an updated hydrogeologic analysis. Those 2 things will then be bringing back to you with proposals from consultants to perform those reports. And Matt, I don't know if you want to put up the map of the area downstream so that we can look at where the potential new wells would be. But again, I wanted to provide you with that update. It has been on a very expedited schedule throughout this summer, and again represents 30 years of work being done in about 3 months.
If I could just add, I do want to give credit where credit's due. Our current city attorney, Chip Olbrandt, has accomplished more in the last 8 months on this than the prior 4 years by our previous special water attorney. So I do
Wait, can you repeat that? I'm not kidding. Repeat it for the community to hear this.
I want to give credit where credit is due, and our city attorney, Chip Olbrandt, has accomplished more, working with the staff, has accomplished more in the last 8 months than on this issue than our prior water attorney in the prior 4 years of our.
4 or 40?
4.
Are you sure it wasn't 40?
Yeah, 4 years, prior 4 years.
Because it's my understanding that nothing has been accomplished in 40 years.
Well, okay, I've only been here 10, so I don't know too much about.
Well, I
the
just want to
prior
respond to Mr. Padfield, because I don't think he understands the savings that Mr. Wilbrand has brought to the community.
Chris, this is the city attorney's update. Would you please just let him finish his update?
And I did want to point out, I noticed one minor math error on, in our letter to the State Water Resources Control Board. In the second table, there's a number that says 814, that should be 820. So I apologize for that math error. I was working on this pretty quickly and just missed that.
If I would, in Matt's defense, I would note this is something that you would normally be paying consultants many tens of thousands of dollars to do, and your staff has instead been doing it in-house and on a very expedited basis.
Thanks, Matt.
So I didn't know if you had any questions about the location of the proposed future wells. There's a copy of the map
Jeremy,
in your agenda packet.
put my computer up.
I should also mention, again, this is a fairly broad area. The ability to drill wells will be subject to our contacting the property owners and negotiating an easement for wells. We have not started that process yet, so I just want to let anyone who sees their property out there know we're not assuming that we will be able to have that right. This is just to bring this forward so that we can then move forward with that part of the process. We have to know if the state board is going to allow us to move to this new area, this new reach, which is outside of your existing place of diversion, before we can actually then do the practical aspects of working toward the potentially 2 new wells. And then I would again, note the significant difference between the likely cost of 6 wells and the likely lower cost of 2 wells.
And this is just a update on the, under executive reports and advanced calendar, so I don't really want the council getting into much discussion about this. If there's any particular questions about this update, then please ask.
I would just note, again, we're going to be bringing this item back for more
Right.
detailed review and for you all to take action
Right.
next month.
Okay. Thank you. Does that conclude for executive reports and advanced calendar?
Yes.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Is there any items that the council would like to pull from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda as is. with
Would
the
you like to
exception
take
of
public
tabling-
comment on consent agenda?
Well, that's during public comments. We already did that.
Mr. Mayor, I think you had comment on items not otherwise on the agenda.
Well, we took public comment earlier, which would include the consent agenda. So
No, that was items not on the agenda.
Oh, did this?
So now we take them on the.
So
Okay.
there's a couple of people that want to speak on
Oh,
item
okay.
Oh,
That's fine.
on the consent agenda.
fantastic.
If we could take public speakers in person first, items on consent agenda.
Oh, they have theirs. Oh, I get it. Okay. I thought that was further down. Yeah. Sorry, normally I would have taken those earlier during regular public comment.
No problem. My name is Kim Jensen, owner and operator of Ingeborg Danish Chocolate Company. To the council, city council, hello. On behalf of the Solvang business community, I would like to first thank you for the efforts on wanting to help make the closure of Copenhagen Street thrive through this pandemic. Appreciate that. As city recommended, I received the ordinance letter of the temporary closure for all businesses that the letter pertained to furniture, planters, and umbrellas. However, the feedback was not in favor of purchasing at this time, such as the barriers have become very costly. At this time, our businesses can't afford a $3,000 to $10,000 payment that does not fit our each business's own special flair. Many of these businesses have already bought some furniture with the Danish theme of red, blue, and even white stripes. We had the TOT money being used to build the pergolas, which are beautiful. We'd like to see if they could be still part of the enhancement and taken and moved around. So purchasing this furniture would be basically buying for 1 month, December, to look nice, and then come January 2nd, our investment drops to zero because the season's over, with both cold weather and low tourist visits till April and May. I would like to ask that we all take a breath here. What is the hurry? COVID is not going to go away quickly. All the PP money is gone. Some of our employees are still unemployed, going to either Bethania or the Mission for food. Some shops are on their knees trying to get by right now. So why would you all want to burden us at this time financially without at least a choice in the matter? Please come trade spots with us and see what we're going through. Then you might see how tough it would be to afford to comply with this new ordinance. I ask all the council to show some empathy by tabling further action or send this back to the BAD committee for further reviewing. By the way, other city councils are actually making $7,500 grants available to their local cities' businesses. Of course, I'm not asking for that, but I'm just asking for a pullback and hold off on a decision until after the new year. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening again. Jennifer Sone, Lions Peak Vineyards on Copenhagen. As you're well aware, I've been here advocating the closure of Copenhagen, and without the measures that have been previously taken, my business would have been greatly impaired, and I think that I state this in the letter that I have from you. and it's the assistance that the city has offered with the encroachment permit that has made it possible for my business to continue. And I appreciate the extension of this closure until October 31st, 2021, which hopefully is continuing to be a beneficial factor and a permanent closure of Copenhagen. And I will state that so many of my customers, even as of this weekend, they love the experience of being outside and experiencing the Danish capital of America. However, what I did not anticipate was the financial hardship that the City Council would pass on to the businesses of Copenhagen with the forthcoming ordinance that is to go into effect. As it is well understood, I've been in favor of the closure. However, I am not in favor of taking on another unnecessary financial expense for myself, and my assumption is that other businesses are not in favor of that, as I am. In fact, the letter from the city manager does not provide clarity to any options for tables, chairs, umbrellas, etc. Basically, somewhat. I have attempted to find that, as quoted in her email, cheap chairs, which I don't feel that are indicative to my operation, or I'd like to think are indicative of the community as whole, that we want to represent ourselves as Little Denmark as cheap. And what I found on Walmart that was so indicated is what was given to me was, oops, out of stock. They're not there. Nothing that's there. I do not have a direct agenda that's put forward to me on what my business is looking for and what basically is advantageous to my business and how my tasting works. I do not find having tables that were set aside in this ordinance for 4 as satisfactory for my financial advantage of Lions Peak. We have found that having 2 people for tastings works best for our service and for the safety of others as far as COVID-19. And that's one thing that I am really very clear about, on not wanting to have someone tell me what I have to have and no options. Umbrellas do not work either. We've had tents there. I've taken the tents down, replaced them with the pergolas, where we now have 3 pergolas there because of the afternoon winds are so intrepid that the tents capsize. I have some things on a flash drive that actually show the tents collapsing. If you can imagine tents collapsing, what are you going to have with umbrellas? It's not workable. Not to mention what the cost of this is. I've looked at tables and chairs, basically trying to figure out what was said on this ordinance, and it comes up to have 5 tables and chairs and umbrellas is probably around $4,000. Then you go into the planters, $8,000, $8,000 to $10,000 during a period where Governor Newsom is shutting down again part of California over Thanksgiving. COVID is rampant again in LA County. I've heard Temecula area, they're in lockdown, and the council is talking about now us to spend $8,000 to $10,000 when we've gone through this pandemic. My business, where I've been successful in this community for 16 years, it's down $60,000 this year. I am not in the position for a temporary measure to go out and spend $8,000 to $10,000.
Using the timer.
So you can read the rest of my letter. But there is a flash drive that shows things.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item, on the consent agenda?
Does anybody else wish to speak on the consent agenda? If so, on Zoom, raise your hand. If you're on the phone, unmute yourself, *6. Don't see any more speakers.
Okay. So with that, I'll move that we approve the consent agenda as is, but maybe we could pull item C, make sure we just talk about that a little bit. And then I'd also like to table item number 6 of the regular agenda. I believe Scott's had some family issues that have suddenly come up, so if we could delay that to the next meeting, that would be ideal.
Okay, would you like to take a vote first on the
Yes.
consent agenda?
Is there a second for that?
Approve, except for item C.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnius?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Waite?
Yes.
Mayor Toussaint?
Yes.
And now, would you like to,
A staff report on item number C.
do we need to take action to table number 6?
That was inherent in that motion I just made.
Oh,
Yeah, he-
okay. Okay, so item number C is Branding and Design Committee TRC guidelines that they just heard on August 22nd, this past Thursday. The guidelines that they are recommending as the Branding and Design Committee, they review, or the purpose of the Design Committee is to review the actions that the city takes and the guidelines within the city's design guidelines, which is what they did. Everything that's recommended in this action is within the city manager's authority to implement. It's in compliance with all the city ordinances and the COVID-19 council-approved relaxed permitting procedures for businesses to expand outdoors. And they have made these specific recommendations that are in your report to expand and create some cohesiveness, not only on Copenhagen Drive now, but in this instance for businesses that are operating outside of the Copenhagen closure. And the guidelines are very similar. There's a very similar ask for an expansion of the interest-free business loan at $3,000 a business for them to be able to implement these guidelines. This would apply to businesses that are operating with an encroachment permit during COVID-19 and are expanding either into the driveway or into a public sidewalk. So the for public or for areas that are expanding into a driveway where there's potential cars going by, there's some safety considerations that were presented to Branding and Design Committee so that they were limited in terms of what they could recommend as far as closure barriers. And what's being recommended is these K-rails, which are on page 60 of your agenda, which is very similar to what's already now used on the west side of Mission, where you have Olson's Bakery and those businesses, Rainey's Taproom. Most of those businesses are already using that. Some of them used to have the orange K-rails before. Now most of them have already changed to white K-rails. But there are several other businesses in town, such as the Irish Pub, a couple of tasting rooms that are using other materials that have expanded into the public right-of-way. One is using hay, one is using kind of a rope type of situation. So those would need to be under these guidelines changed to the white K-rail. And we would also actually go back out to the businesses and explain to them and enforce the fact that they should be filling the K-rails with water in order for them to actually be a protection from a car potentially veering off the road. Another recommendation that they made, very consistent with the recommendations that they had made for Copenhagen Drive, is for businesses that are expanding into public right-of-way on a sidewalk would have to use the same barriers, which is the black bottom and top green fake grass, and then they would be using black furniture and umbrellas. So very similar, except for, the public right of way into a road to where we are talking about using K-rails. That completes my report.
Okay. And how is the purchasing of materials working? Is the city making a larger bulk purchase to save money, and then, or how's that being arranged?
So what I've done is create or send out to businesses a letter summarizing the guidelines and also talking about the implementation, and that's for Copenhagen so far since this hasn't moved forward. But that basically outlines, here's the communication, here is the time period for you to come forth and make any modifications to your encroachment permit if you need to. You can apply for the city loan this week, and the city is making a bulk purchase for the barriers because they need to be under that idea very consistent, and then basically reselling those at cost to the businesses, so that the barriers are all consistent. Now, in the letter, there is a resource guide for items that actually René Kerskov had prepared when he created his kind of a model room where this setup is already there on Copenhagen Street. So it's a list of different sources that can be used by businesses to order the other materials, such as furniture, such as umbrellas, but those are definitely not required sources, and businesses can go to any website or any source to purchase umbrellas or to purchase the furniture. So the only thing that the city is facilitating is really the purchase of these barriers, so that those are very consistent, so that we can then supply those to the businesses.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
So the barriers are all we're talking about asking the businesses to help out with?
Well, the total cost for them to implement the guidelines is the barriers, the black furniture, or actually the design guidelines from BDC were not so precise. It just says black furniture is encouraged and should be of good quality. So it doesn't necessarily require them to have black steel furniture, or it just encourages them to have black furniture. So if, say, they had probably a brown table, would that be within the guidelines? That'd be a pretty gray area. We probably wouldn't be having an issue with that. But there's definitely that kind of intent to get as many black tables and chairs out there as we can. And then the last expense for the businesses is umbrellas. So the idea is that all the tents are going away, all the parklets are going away. Parklets would be stored by IDK and potentially used later for different events as a pop-up tent type of structure. They would store those and remove those, and then the businesses would need to put up the umbrellas. And the way the BDC has created these guidelines is that each business would have one color per business for umbrellas.
Okay. Are there any questions?
No questions.
Okay.
Comments?
I had one question I had was about with the barriers that go up. Is there any way to dress those up a little more aesthetically than just the plastic? I just don't, on 246 and on First Street, I just don't really see those as really.
Branding and Design Committee did struggle with the same, and they did discuss it, but came to a conclusion that it may be impractical to really be able to attach flowers or something else to it. Now, concrete barriers were way more expensive. Each one of these blocks is $150 a piece. Concrete barrier is about $1,500 apiece, and it's heavy equipment that the city would really have to assist businesses with installation and all of that. So it was, the concrete barriers could have been prettier, could have been, dressed up better, but it's a much more significant cost.
It would just seem like there's something that could be done. The other question I had was, we had the BDC, in which case there was a resignation, so we're down to 4 members. The council at the last meeting was okay with you using the next 1 or 2 members that were on the list, but I believe that you just mentioned that they have declined.
Yes, my recollection is that the council or Mayor Pro Tem Clark had made the final motion to keep going down the list until the list is
Understood.
exhausted.
So I'm just wondering, and especially in the interest of time, is there a way we could make an appointment of maybe someone else that's interested? I have someone in my mind actually right now that keeps coming to every one of the meetings, and she's sitting right here, and I don't know if she wants that or not, but I'm not sure if there's anything that could be done to move on that sooner than later, but that's just a thought that I have and willing to hear from
There's
the city attorney on
there's
that.
2 people that I have not called, just as a
Just so we
point
know,
of reference.
yeah.
Right.
I
Chip,
agree
is there
with,
any legal input into that?
Yeah, I believe within the scope of this item as it's described, which is a overall review of the Branding and Design Committee guidelines and recommendations, that you could, in fact, if you wanted to get some report back from a broader Branding and Design Committee that included a business owner, for example, along Copenhagen, which is the area that, if I'm reading this correctly, was really where the design guidelines have been recommended for, you could include that action in direction that you provide this evening. I'm a little confused in some ways by the staff report, because it talks about that on October the 22nd, the Branding and Design Committee formulated design guidelines for businesses operating outdoors in the TRC area. But then on the next page, the first guideline, it talks about businesses expanding onto a driveway, and I don't think there are any driveways in the Copenhagen area, so I'm assuming, I'm sorry, it is the TRC area overall, so I guess I do understand it's beyond Copenhagen. It just seems like onto a driveway, you may want to use some different language and then make clear that the K-rails are proposed for the area outside of the Copenhagen closure, not inside the Copenhagen closure. And then I go on to the same, on number 2, for businesses expanding into a sidewalk. And I don't know, again, if we have businesses expanding into sidewalks, maybe we do, but I know there are some on Mission Drive that have already done expansions that don't go to the sidewalk, but use something different than this. I have to admit, I'm confused, and then when I heard the public comment, I became even more confused.
I think now that the public has spoken, they're really talking about the Copenhagen Drive closure. This item is an item that was heard by the BDC on the 22nd, was applicable to businesses outside or within the TRC area, but outside of the Copenhagen closure. The Copenhagen closure was in front of you on your last agenda.
Right.
That was the first item. This is guidelines for areas in the TRC area, excluding Copenhagen closure.
Which is what we talked about last meeting.
That you might then just want to, in whatever action you take, make that clear, because again, I think that your speakers we're both talking about the Copenhagen area, and I myself ended up confused.
Okay. So, and I'm sorry, just so I can fully understand this process of appointing a 5th member, is that something that I could give direction on tonight?
I believe that your council could give direction if you have some other direction, if that's linked to getting further guidance or direction or assistance from the BDC. Again, and so that you can have a full BDC.
Okay. Is there anything else from the council?
Comments?
Yep, just comments.
Okay. Comment? Who would like to start?
I'll start. You know, in talking to some of the businesses, and I have to be fair that I did speak to some businesses in this last week, and I have a really hard time with a city asking businesses to spend their own money. I know even with interest-free loans, and I'm having a hard time with this, but also using tax dollars. Like, for example, the city of Santa Barbara just spent $25,000 of their city's money to spruce up State Street. I have a hard time with that as well, because taxpayers spending money that affects, I know the rising tide floats all boats, but taxpayers spending their money to assist one business or two businesses in town, I don't go for that either. And with COVID, we could have these businesses spend this money, and then Governor Newsom could shut everything down, and it's all back to takeout. And so it's money not spent, or money spent that's not being used to make money. So I've got a problem with that. Is there any possible way that businesses could, then it gets helter-skelter, but if businesses could opt out of this for financial hardship? I was all gung-ho on this when we first started it, but as talking to some of the businesses, it's just, with their businesses down the way it is right now, I have a hard time with asking businesses to spend this kind of money or borrow this kind of money. So I don't have an answer. I wish that I did. I just think that if there's some way we could look into this further, and also maybe, I hate doing surveys, but you know, find out what more businesses are thinking in lines of spending money to spruce up their businesses. I know that there's some merchants on Copenhagen that are very wealthy, and there's some that are, you know, like you and me, you know, paying the bills and surviving, barely. So I've just got a hard time with asking businesses to spend money right now.
Okay.
Got a comment?
Yep. Karen?
All right, so my comment is that my first issue is the use of public funds to support businesses. It's, you know, it's our residents' public funds. So I have an issue with giving that to businesses to be used for their benefit, because it doesn't benefit the entire community. It would just benefit specific businesses. I hear the comments of Mr. Jensen and Jennifer, and I think this needs a second look. I think it needs a second look. And I can see, you know, Jennifer stating that, yes, there are ways to spruce up the way these water-filled blocks are done. I don't personally mind the look of the pergolas. I think that the use of the pergolas that are already there can be integrated with other items, and it could work well. We just need another fifth person on this branding and design committee to give that kind of input. And I think we should give this a second take, to go through a second take of this with the full BDC.
Is there anyone else? I guess I can talk.
No, I'm going to make a comment because I'm a little confused here. It seems it comes down to financing the cost of the purchases. Is that what I'm hearing, Jennifer? It's not that you don't want to do this. You don't think that you have the money to do such a thing at this time.
I'm sorry, Chris, I need you to just state your positions and let's move on, but we cannot start turning this into...
Well, the problem is, I'm not sure what the real problem is based on what I've heard. Maybe I just was asleep at the wheel, but I don't think so. And I think the problem here is that nobody's asking the right question. I'm not sure what the right question is, because I wasn't there at the BDC meeting when they came up with these ideas. And I think Karen's right. Maybe we need to take a second look, but we need to have a different set of questions. It comes down to how, if we want this particular style implemented across certain parts of town, and it comes down to cost, then what can we do? How can we help the businesses, and not just the ones in Copenhagen, but the entire community?
That's another good point.
And then the other problem is, Karen's absolutely right. Why should the city residents be required to subsidize the businesses? Again, these are conflicting challenges that I'd like to see addressed before things are laid down in stone. I feel like somebody needs to go back and redo this, and I guess it's the BDC. I don't think it's our job to do that because we haven't been given the information to be able to come to a decision on their behalf. Is that right? That BDC needs to go back and take a look at this?
But can I add to that? I mean,
Yeah,
we've tasked them with this project. They've come back and said, here's what it is. And now we're going, thanks, but no.
It's not unusual they didn't ask all the right questions, and maybe they needed more time. Maybe they needed to have a broader involvement of the business community, as opposed to just 5 of them sitting down in a meeting and hammering it out in one meeting.
Yeah.
Sometimes these kinds of issues take like they've expressed. I think they've expressed this. You know, the first time they sit down and talk about it, it's like, oh, this is a great idea, let's do that. And then when they try to implement it, they realize, that's just not working the way we thought. Let's go back and talk about it again. And maybe over 2 or 3 sessions, they realize, this is the problem, this is how we can address it and fix it. So I agree with Karen's point. I'd like to hear more, or I'd like to have the BDC take a closer look at this and find other ways to implement this.
Well, I thought the main point of having the BDC go out there and come up with a plan for this was to get buy-in from the community. And what I'm hearing now is there isn't buy-in from the entire business community on this. So with that in mind, I would be all for a second take on this with a full board.
It seems to me like we need to send it back down to them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my thing is these are all processes. You task the BDC to engage in some of these processes when the BDC wasn't even ready to even really be launched by the city. We did it during COVID, and we had to actually do something. And all these things, you know, the community has to be dynamic as we move through these things because it is a survival thing. You know, there wasn't a plan here to, you know, shut Copenhagen hanging down this year and, you know, do this. So you roll these things out. The BDC is part of that public process. It's part of that public engagement. 100% community buy-in, never going to happen.
True.
Nope.
Never going to happen. Can we constantly be improving things? Yes. Can that board constantly be improving things? Yes. You know, would it be advantageous to get a 5th member on there? Yes. You know, is umbrellas really appropriate right now going into winter where they're all going to be blown everywhere? Probably not. You know, that's why it comes to the council here as, again, part of that public process. We could sit here and have a BDC meeting, you know, impromptu until 1 a.m. in the morning. Is that really going to get anything done? Probably not. I kind of go back to this whole thing of I do see some of the issues here. I have some of my own. You know, I take issues with these plastic things being out on 246. It makes my eye kind of twitch every time I drive by. So I think there's things that can be done better. And I really appreciate Jennifer's consistency in showing up to these meetings and speaking about some of the issues that she's having in her businesses. Those are all different points of view that have to be looked at to come up with, you know, the best formulated, you know, process as we all survive through this. This isn't about getting through this winter. This isn't about just this next month. This was about being able to hopefully have the best product for our tourists and locals next season. Next summer, we don't want to be throwing stuff down on Copenhagen and doing X, Y, Z while, you know, still figuring out how to deal with the tourist. So that's part of running through all these processes right now, and everyone just has to be patient with it. So I'd like to move that I think the staff needs to move forward with direction to continue vetting some of these issues here. I think putting a 5th member on there would be greatly advantageous. Ideally, someone that's been very active in the process and actually shows up to the meetings. So I would love to appoint Jennifer right now. I'll just make that very open to everyone. But I just want to get as close as we can to that. It can go through another little round there, but we do have to keep moving forward as a community. I do not think we should be handing out. We've already done lots to hand out. At some point, you know, it doesn't mean that the city's just an open-ended cash cow for everyone to come start grabbing and we just start paying for everything. You know, so there's so many things that we have done. It takes a lot of extra lifting from this council. It takes a lot of extra lifting from the staff. I hope people can be patient and appreciative of all of it. Countless hours have been and time has been put into this, and so I just hope that people do recognize that we're doing everything we possibly can to give this community a surviving chance. So can I make a motion that we just move forward with this, you move on. If you need to open this up to another member that's not on the list, at some point, can keep going down the list, that makes no even reason for the argument for the next voter down or, whatever else. There's many reasons why people vote. Even the reason why I voted on my sheet, it's a makeup that I'm voting for. It's not necessarily the individual. So everything on my sheet would change too. So I'd like to move that we give staff direction to move forward with this, review some of the current issues, see what we can do with the community. Please take into account the conditions that we're on. We're going into winter right now. I don't, is umbrellas really something we need to be buying? And I would like to see some consideration given to Jennifer if possible, and if she wants to be on this board, to go there and give, again, more public feedback. The businesses are, again, invited to go to the BCD meetings. They're invited to speak their issues, and they're invited to all try to work these things out, and that eventually does get approved by the council.
I will second that.
It's been moved and seconded.
Okay. Mayor Protem Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnius?
Yeah.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Wade?
Yes.
Mayor Tushant?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to the regular business agenda. We have a 5G technology informational discussion and presentation.
Okay. I will start with a brief presentation, an overview, and then we have a speaker, Michael Mendiza, here with us to deliver his presentation. So just as a background, the City Council requested to place on the agenda this item for general discussion, just so that everybody is clear about what technology is or isn't in the City of Solvang at this time, is that we have only one site permitted currently, or only one site has been requested by the Verizon for a 5G technology. According to them, it's not the highest level of 5G technology, it's their mid-level product. It's stationed at our water facility up on the mountain, and there is currently no other applications from Verizon for 5G technology, or in accordance with their representative for external affairs. There is also no plans at this point from the Verizon to be expanding into Solvang. So a little bit of background of where the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, is at this point, which is impacting cities across the nation, is that in 2018 they voted 4-0 to limit the authority and standards that states and local governments can require for the installation and or deployment of small wireless facilities. So they voted to significantly shorten the period and likely overwhelm cities with thousands of complex small cell applications to process within 60 to 90 days. And this language is actually coming from the League of California Cities, which states their position. It also prohibits the ability for cities to impose fees for basic cost recovery for reviewing complex small cell applications to $100 per site. It prohibits cities from imposing fair market rates for the private use of taxpayer-funded public property at $70 for the installation of small cell wireless facilities. And it lowers standards for the aesthetic review and undergrounding historic and environmental requirements to those that are reasonable and comparable requirements for the other rights of way. So that is kind of the last point, is where we as a city have only done any kind of review really for the 5G technology. One test site that we have, we looked at their aesthetics and whether that was in line with the city's general design guidelines, and made some recommendations for them what they could or could not be installing. So once again, this is a summary of the 2018 Federal Communications Commission and the decision that they had made back then, and this language comes as a summary from the California League of Cities. Now, the National League of Cities, I attached in your report their kind of summary that is fairly impartial and really talks about all sides of the 5G technology. And they make some recommendations to kind of guide what governments should be looking at in terms of how to address these 5G technologies. So they recommend that a government should, or jurisdiction should, gain a full understanding of the technology and important safety considerations, articulating priorities for accommodating this technology. So I think this is kind of key here in red, to where cities could take different positions, whether the city wants to subsidize the build out of the facilities to speed up wireless connections, that could be a choice, whether the city needs extra time to conduct a thorough engineering review for public safety concerns, or whether the city will work to harmonize the facilities with the look and feel of different parts of town. They recommend that we should create clear policies for permit review that let both city staff and industry applicants know their expectations, to develop a template right-of-way access policy agreement as well as a city pole attachment agreement, thinking through in advance any beneficial items the city could negotiate with the industry in exchange for the use of right-of-way if allowed by state law, and then just giving careful consideration for the fee structures. So staff recommendations, we have Chapter 18, which deals with wireless communications for facilities. So the recommendation would be just to review that chapter in to consider the implications of this new technology and address such within the city's permit review process and the right-of-way policy, and also to look at our fees that we are currently imposing with this review to be in line with the FCC regulations. And with that, I would like to invite Michael Mendiza to come up and make his presentation on this subject.
So you have the presentation media. It was on the flash drive I gave you.
There you go.
Yeah, I gave, this is the one do you have the one from the flash drive that I gave you? That would be preferable. There were a couple of changes I made to it.
Come over here and help me.
Sure. So we'll use yours. So 5G in context. I really appreciate you carving out the time to look at this. I think that the areas that I would like to emphasize is that there's two different sides of the coin that we're going to be sharing a little bit of background on so that you have a broad view of what's involved with this 5G technology. One is the technology itself, which is what most people focus on. And the other is what's going to be done with it. And that's what I call context. The context or the application. What are they going to do with this technology? Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been speaking about this for quite some time, and he just came out with a program or a presentation 2 days ago. And he said, and this was this other aspect that had up on the screen, but to paraphrase, he said, "We are at the front line of one of the biggest battles in history. And it has to do with liberty, freedom, civic liberties, etc. And there were other very deep concerns, democracy itself. And he said that the battle is really being waged by a cartel. And that cartel is waging simultaneously this battle with communities all over the world simultaneously at once. And that was the line, and I will send you the updated presentation that has his quote verbatim, but it's an important thing to look at here. So there's two basic issues. One is the technology itself, and more importantly, what I call context, what it will be used for. So 50,000, yeah, I'm gonna need that up, just to read off of it. 50,000 low orbiting satellites, over 1 million local microwave stations, spaced closely together, broadcasting untested radiation for biological safety, in addition to and compounding the existing 3G and 4G systems that are in place today. That's really an important thing to realize, that 5G is not going to replace 3 and 4G. It's going to be in addition to that radiation that we're being exposed to. And what this does is, yes, it provides speed and bandwidth, but what the industry doesn't talk about is it enables global wireless surveillance, data mining, and automated AI managed population control systems, 24/7, all around the world, with no place to hide or opportunity to opt out. Next. So the 5G is an essential piece of the puzzle that allows those processes or those systems to be put into place. Again, global wireless surveillance, data mining, automated AI population control systems. This, I submit, is the true value for what this technology is, true value and benefit for what this technology is being developed for, not just cars, driverless cars and faster movies. And again, the image of that 5G, the technology, is an infrastructure. It's providing the infrastructure in the same way that the railroad provided an infrastructure for the first industrial revolution. 5G is creating the railroad that will lead to what is called the fourth industrial revolution, and that also it's termed the Great Reset. Next, please. So the article on the left, and this comes from Robert Kennedy's nonprofit association in defense of childhood health, and unfortunately I can't read it, but basically the article on the left is saying that leaders in the industry admit that to date there's no real benefit being reaped from 5G for the very reasons that it's being put up for. And those are for faster bandwidth and so on and so on and so forth. There's nothing that is being delivered that is not available through 3G and 4G. It fails to provide the higher speed. It has no real benefit over 4G, despite hundreds of billions of dollars being invested and hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of new towers being installed. With the global push, why the global push for 5G? And again, the one thing that the technology does that's not on their brochures is, again, surveillance, wireless surveillance of each human being on the planet, which is the agenda. Next. So the other thing that's really interesting is that SafeG is an alternative. SafeG is basically all the consumer and business benefits promoted by the telecom industry can be met safely and more securely with existing fiber optics. And that's basically what your banks are using and so on. They're not going wireless, they're using fiber optics because they can't be hacked. SafeG is reliable and secure, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, doesn't expose people to radiation and so on and so on. So basically the idea here is that there's another technology, but what that technology doesn't provide is wireless surveillance. Next. So why are people concerned? People throughout the world are becoming increasingly alarmed as they learn of the serious implications of the 5G rollout and what this technology is and how it will be installed in city streets, on poles, very close. And again, this is a different technology because they have to have these little beam devices every 200, 300 feet. So it's an array system. So it's different than what we think of for our cell phones. There are, huge environmental and health concerns that tens of thousands actually of research papers over the past decades that have shown that this wireless technology is causing damage, and the original design for the 5G 60 hertz systems was really used for military applications. Next, please. So basically, 50,000 satellites are planned to be put into orbit. They will basically create a radiation net around the planet. Next. The wireless telecoms intend to outfit nearly every lamppost, utility pole around the country with wireless small cell antennas, beaming hazardous radiation into our homes, our businesses, our workplaces, and this is going 24/7. You can't turn it off. Again, 5G doesn't replace 3 and 4G. It's in addition to or on top of. So it's a cumulative effect that we're looking at. I have the image here where we actually have the 3 and 4G towers that are hidden in the new hotel roof. And then you see on the next image down the bottom, you see how they're being placed in series close together on the lampposts. And that's basically what the design is designed to, that's what their plan is to do that in every city around the world. Next. So like the railroad, again, it provides the essential infrastructure for AI, which is artificial intelligence or machine learning control systems. And the key here is also that these systems are designed to be implanted in us. The RF chips or computer chips are planned to be inserted in human beings so that they can be monitored. Their biology can be monitored 24/7. And it's not, this is not in the future, this is taking place now. Next. So Musk's Neuralink is a brain chip, and he says this device will be inserted by robots under the skull. Then there's a little antenna thing that sticks out behind the ear that would then connect through the 5G, beamed up, and you would be able to monitor these things 24/7. The idea is they want your brain to be connected to the web. That's the essential image of what's being proposed. Now, I'm saying that the peer-reviewed research is quite clear. Masks serve no function to reduce infection. Mandatory masks are a prelude to mandatory vaccines, mandatory RF chipping, mandatory surveillance passports, and tracking. And 5G, again, is the piece of the puzzle that makes that happen. If they don't have the 5G in place, then these automated surveillance things don't happen. The quote from, again, Kennedy is that surveillance and data mining is the primary function, benefit of 5G. Next. So Scientific America, we have no reason to believe 5G is safe. And again, I apologize, I don't have a hard copy in front of me to be able to read for you the highlighted area. Can someone read that? Robert, can you read that for me while we?
Since 5G is a new technology, there is no research on health effects, so we are flying blind, to quote a U.S. senator. However, we have considerable evidence about the harmful effects of 2G and 3G. Little is known to the effects of exposure to 4G, a 10-year-old technology, because governments have been remiss in funding this research. 5G will not replace 4G. It will accompany 4G for the near future and possibly over the long term. if there are synergistic effects from simultaneous exposure to multiple types of RFR, our overall risk of harm from RFR may increase substantially. Cancer is not the only risk, as there are considerable evidence that RFR causes neurological disorders and reproductive harm, likely due to oxidative stress.
So basically, what we're saying is that there's this cumulative effect that's going to be going on. Let's go on to the next one. I don't want to belabor this point. The evidence is overwhelming. So this is from the WHO. Dr. Anthony Miller, senior advisor with WHO, reviewed the best available scientific evidence and concluded cell phones and wireless radiation is a carcinogen. The Bio Initiative on the bottom down here is a European coalition. It's been in place for decades. Thousands of researchers have been going over this research about wireless radiation and its effect on biology. So this is what's being quoted. Tens of thousands of scientific publications show that the electromagnetic radiation affects living organisms at levels well below industry and national guidelines. Proven effects include cancer, cellular stress, increased harm of free radicals, genetic damage, structural and functional changes to reproduction, which is significant, learning and memory deficit, neurological disorders, etc., etc. Next, please. So this is just to share that the cities are trying to push back. They're all over the world. So the Hawaii met with groups like you or with their city council, and they voted for whatever reason to say no. The Russian government recommends banning Wi-Fi and cell phones in schools. That's another, the use of Wi-Fi in itself in the school systems is being pulled out all across the world because they know that we're basically putting our kids in microwave ovens, basically, to have that technology there with the intensity and cumulative effect. You have their computer labs where you have 10 or 15 or 20 or 30 computers going on at the same time. All of those devices are radiating their own microwave energy, and the cumulative effect is, as I said, similar to being in a low-grade microwave oven. Next, please. So Switzerland, so local communities, cities, Hawaii, states, Switzerland basically said no. So they said, we're not going to do 5G. France is the next one up. Employees within the French telecommunications company is working to say no to 5G in France. Next, please. So why is this going on? Why the big controversy? What's going on here? What's the elephant in the room? And basically, again, Kennedy's organization has filed a lawsuit against the FCC, basically for gross negligence in its responsibility. Next one, please. And I may need some help again reading the highlighted, the middle two paragraphs. Robert, if you would be kind enough.
Under the FCC guidelines?
Yes, please.
The FCC guidelines are based on the premise that wireless radiation is not harmful unless it is causing thermal change in tissue. The brief shows that these guidelines are based on obsolete and disproven assumptions which ignore human biology and are promoted by engineers and those with a vested interest in maintaining the status quo. And then the bottom one, Michael?
No, the next one, the scientific consensus.
The scientific consensus, these are the biggest words I've ever spelled. The scientific consensus is different than the ones represented by the FCC. The evidence in this brief shows that the majority of experts, as represented by the Bio Initiative Working Group in its report and by the EMF Scientists' Appeal, agree that the radiation emitted by wireless sources was proven to harm humans and the environment.
And if you don't mind the next two, this is important.
Okay. The World Health Organization's IARC already classified wireless radiation as a possible to be carcinogen in 2011. Italy's Supreme Court already determined that cell phones can cause brain tumors. The brief concludes by accusing the FCC of obstinacy and willful blindness. The brief further strengthens the CHD's claim that the FCC's decision is capricious, arbitrary, not evidence-based, and an abuse of discretion as defined under the Administrative Procedures Act.
So basically, what took place is that when the 5G technology came up and the FCC had to look at it and say, is it safe? They basically didn't, they said yes. They used 25-year-old standards for this new technology. They applied the 25-year-old standards, which were already being challenged by all of this research, and they said, no, it's fine. We're going to apply the old standards to the 5G, and they just rubber stamped it and let it go through. That is what the lawsuit is for, because they should have demanded a safety testing, which was not done. Next. So this you've seen before. This is a wonderful illustration showing very low levels of microwave radiation and what the cellular and biological impact is at different degrees or intensities or frequencies. And you're going to see going up, you have reproduction area, you have genetic breakdown, you have all kinds of things. So then the final slide, which is the one that tries to really show the picture, all those previous squares are that little white line at the bottom of the tower. The tall tower that you're seeing is what the government has said is safe. And all of these effects that are on that little tiny gray line next to the big tower are what you looked at in the previous slide. So you get a sense of how high these standards are and how much is not being accounted for. Now, the important point here is that 5G is 5 times taller than this tower. This illustration was for 4G and 3G. The 5G tower would be 5 times as tall as this image, to give you a sense of why it's infuriating that they just rubber stamped this. So that gives you a sense of scale. Now, the other thing that's really quite important here is that the previous issue was on safety was only based on thermal impact. As I said to Chip the other day, they took somebody, big guy, Marines, they put the cell phones up to their head, and basically did the microwave radiation hard boil their brain? Did it create enough heat in their brain to cause problems? And they said, no, it's fine. Well, if you put it next to a 5-year-old brain instead of a Marine brain, the thermal effect is much, much higher, 3, 5, 10 times as high. So but these were the existing standards. Now, the latest work, what they call the new biology, is frequency, not intensity. The whole human body, if you look at molecular biology, you know that there's little pluses and minuses on all the molecules, and all the cell functions are basically have charges associated with them. And the balance of those charges, pluses and minuses, is it positive out or negative in, change or actually cause that cell to function. So that cell functioning is not just chemistry. The chemistry is really driven by electromagnetic frequency at a molecular level or at a molecule level. So it's the frequency. The frequency actually mimics, and let's go to the next image, I think. Right, so hold that thought. The frequency mimics what the human body is doing on its own at very, very subtle levels, almost at a quantum level. I interviewed Pete Myers 10 years ago. Pete is a biologist and an environmentalist looking at phthalates. Now, phthalates are the plastic molecules that emulate estrogen. And you've probably heard about the effect of plastic molecules emulating estrogen and disrupting biological development. Have you heard about any of this, or is this new to you? It's new. New. Okay. It's really, Pete described this. Now, basically, the point is that 2 parts per billion, this was a decade ago, 2 parts per billion, what happens is those 2 parts per billion are counterfeits of estrogen. That's in the plastic. And when the cell meets it, the counterfeit plugs up the holes on the cell, right? The 2 parts per billion plug up the cells, the cell membrane, pretending that it's estrogen, which means that that cell doesn't get the actual estrogen, and the cell grows in a deformed manner because of 2 parts per billion. 2 parts per billion. Is that clear? Mm-hmm. Right? So this has been the big deal about your bottles, plastic water in bottles, and there are some bottles that don't have the phthalates in them, so this is going to be better plastic for water bottles. Most of them don't have it. I use this as an illustration because the 2 parts per billion, at that time, he said, 5 years ago, they couldn't even measure 2 parts per billion. They never conceived of biological effects coming about at such minute levels. And I'm using this as a comparison with the next slide, please. So Martin Pall is looking at electromagnetic counterfeits in the same way that the plastic molecules were mimicking what was going on in the body and disturbing development at fundamental levels. Now you have electromagnetic frequencies causing that same counterfeit areas to go on. And these are at minuscule levels. It's not intensity, but it's the frequency itself. It's not how loud the radio is. It's the song that's on the radio that's actually causing the cells to function in their normal ways. So in this case, Martin is talking about the 5G technology changes fundamentally the pluses and minuses in the cell membrane, allowing the potassium-calcium link, this is fundamental to all of these various things. And what I'd like you to do, Robert, if you'll help me, if you'll read the bottom paragraph there, that'll help clarify what we're talking about.
EMS well below safety guidelines have effects on all the structures of the testes and the structure of the ovaries. Lower sperm count, lowered sperm motility, lowered sperm quality, lower number of eggs in females, and lowered fertility in human studies. Increases in spontaneous abortion in humans and in animals. They produce lower levels of each of the 3 kinds of sex hormones, estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone, and lower libido. Everything that might impact reproduction is being impacted. Implicit depopulation.
So go back to those earlier slides. We've got the 5G, 50,000 satellites, and 1 million of these little boxes irradiating the population 24/7 with this subtle effect changing biological functions and reproduction. That's what Martin Pall is talking about and why he's concerned. Next. So, like the gun manufacturers, the telecoms are going to claim that they're not responsible for how the railroad is used or being used. After all, we all know that people kill people, not guns. But this is not accurate. As we just said, the form, the 5G is not neutral. You and I don't get to do whatever we want with 5G. Only certain people get to use 5G. It predetermines the form of the structure, predetermines who will use it, to a large extent how it's going to be used, and what effects it will have on individual lives. When a pickpocket, in this case the CIA or NSA or Pentagon or telecoms, including Microsoft, see a saint, what they see is its pockets, not what it's going to do. So this is basically kind of trying to counter the notion that, well, we're just providing the railroad, buddy, and what everybody else is doing with it is not our problem. And that's going to be a big role here. Next. So why is this, where is this playing out? And is this chipping that I was talking about, real, this is just a pie in the sky? No, this year, Microsoft, and again, Robert, please help me with this. What I'd like you to do is go ahead and just read those 2 paragraphs, just the dark part of the second paragraph, please.
Okay, but the whole first paragraph.
The whole first paragraph, thank you.
On March 26, 2020, Microsoft applied for international patent with the WIPO for a body-interfaced cryptocurrency using an implanted microchip connected to a cloud computer system which collects biometric data, DNA sequence, blood, electrical synapses, activity, etc. See the WIPO patent application number 6060606 below. Gates' agenda is a total invasion of personal biological privacy and control. Cryptocurrency systems using body-activated data.
You could just go to the bottom part.
Okay, the cryptocurrency system communicatively coupled to the device of the user may verify if the body activity data satisfies one or more conditions set by the cryptocurrency system and award cryptocurrency to the user whose body activity data is verified. Wow.
Are you does that make sense? You see what this is? Right now, the cryptocurrency, let's go to the next slide, please. What is this cryptocurrency business? And again, is this in the future or is this now? So Sweden, they're already putting these guys in, right? They're inserting the chips into people today. The next one is based, not the next slide, please, but just the next. It says China is giving away now 1.5 million yen to motivate people to move from cash to a cashless society, right? There's a movement, and there's a movement and bills in place in the U.S. to get rid of cash. So the central banks, there's a big program. You have to really dig down into this, but just realize, let's get rid of cash. Let's insert the chip. Let's see what you're doing, what your biology is doing. Does it conform with those qualities that we say you need to conform to? If you do, you get rewarded, which means you get money put in your account. What happens if you don't? You don't get a job. You don't get on the bus. You don't get to get in. It's the same thing with the mask, right? If you don't wear the mask, you can't go into the store. So the mask is a prelude to this, right? That's what the reference is before. Let's go to the next slide. So now, all right, so if you just hold that picture, what's going to drive this agenda next? This is a look into the future, and that future is happening today because I didn't make up these headlines. Bioterrorism. The pandemic is over. The pandemic has been over for months, technically. You're getting a bunch of PCR testing, but the pandemic has been over for months. So, and people are starting to relax a little bit and go around town. So they have to come up with reasons to intensify why the lockdowns, more lockdowns. You have to be afraid. So what is it next? The next is bioterrorism, right? It's not going to be the pandemic, but somebody's going to let a bug loose and it's going to be a terrorist. And we need to have these security measures in place, the chips and the monitoring and the surveillance that the 5G will allow in order to protect us from bioterrorism. That's the next, you're going to see that coming. You're going to see it. Here it is right here. They're already seeding this next scare that we're going to be hit with. So that we have to wear the masks and be afraid. Next. And this is basically just doing some more of the same thing. They're already doing some anthrax drills. The government's doing drills to prepare for bioterrorism. This is post-COVID. This is the next wave, basically. And the basic idea here is that nature is dead and only technology can save us. That's the basic idea here that we're being herded into. Next. So here you have kind of a big collage, and you're looking at the middle. The red image is the imperative for the telecom in Silicon Valley to move into biotechnology, right? To merge the human with the machine, to implant AI into our brain, make us the cyborg basically thing. That is not a joke. That's basically what they feel is the way that humanity is going to go. So, and all of these various aspects of this, and 5G again is the infrastructure that makes all of these things possible. Next. So, in similar to the vaccine producers being exempt from liability, The Telecom Act of 1986, I think, was a gift from Obama to the telecoms, and basically said that you, the municipalities, local communities, cannot challenge their installation of these new technologies based on environmental reasons or health concerns. Those were the big preemptive strikes that they did before they even rolled out 5G. They had this already worked out, and so the areas that you do have, will the installation adversely affect aesthetics? Right, that's one. Will it? I can't read it. Sorry.
Reduce property values.
Reduce property values, and the last one.
The proposed installation is inconsistent with local government planning provisions.
Right. So these are three areas that you can actually act on because they preemptively negated your ability to work on the elephant in the room, which is
Health and surveillance.
health and environment. Next. Okay. So here's
Typical government.
here's what I would ask that you consider. This is my request of you. And Robert, again, just because it's so far, it'll be better for you than me.
Okay, this is what Solvang can do. Openly and publicly state its concern about the unknown and untested impact of 5G and 6G on the community and its citizens. Create a rigorous process that considers every possible reason an application might be challenged. Reach out to other municipalities, the California League of Cities, for example, and actively explore the above and other legal steps that similar communities have or are taking to challenge permits. Create a commission to study what is taking place in California, the United States, and internationally to keep the City Council informed of changing developments. Provide a continuing public forum where issues and concerns can be explored and shared.
That's my best shot at what I would like the city to do, right? I'm not a legal guy, but I think that pretty much sums up what I think you can do. Public information, be abreast of what's going on around the world with these kinds of things, etc. Next. So in your packet that I gave to you to substantiate all this, because I know that many of these things are going to seem overwhelming. I've never heard about this before. This is crazy. This is not really happening. The lockstep document over there, which I provided for you, is a summary of a package that the Rockefeller Institute did in 2010, 10 years ago. And when you read it, your jaw will drop because it's basically describing what you're going through here now today. The lockdowns, the masks, the transportation shutdown, the global thing, all of the things that appear to be simultaneously in response to this event was scripted 10 years ago and has been just waiting for the trigger. And this is not me, this is the proof of the pudding. In terms of the relationship to technocracy being what this global thing that Kennedy was talking about in his piece. So there's a supplement that I gave to you, which is a wonderful summary of all of the other pieces of the puzzle and how they all fit together. And the reason that it's important for you to consider this is because 5G enables this to take place. So that's the supporting document. One last slide, please. So, Robert, thank you.
I'd almost like to read one sentence on the previous one, if we could.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go back one. This is from China 10 years ago. 10 years ago, even after the pandemic faded, this more authoritarian control and oversight of citizens and their activities stuck and even intensified in order to protect themselves from the spread of increasingly global problems, from pandemics and transnational terrorism to environmental crises and rising poverty. Leaders around the world took a firmer grip on power. That's really, really powerful. Okay, you can go to the next one. And the whole thing?
Yes, please.
The consequences of 5G implementation, the consequences of inaction. will allow irreparable harm to all life, most particularly the unborn children, the elderly, anyone with underlying health conditions, and people with mental implants. Metal implants, I apologize. There will be a fundamental difference in our lives, and we will lose our privacy as surveillance and social control and data mining by industry and governments becomes ubiquitous, with tracking and monitoring leading to widespread compulsory behavior modification. Is it the future we want, to become the property of a transnational corporation for control and profit? Are we to be obedient to those interests, complicit, with choices reduced and decisions determined by an algorithm, which are but a few of the new innovations 5G makes possible? Or do we value our right to self-determination without coercion, free from harm? That is the challenge before the Solvang City Council today. In 10 years, my now 6-year-old daughter, Carly, will ask, why did you allow them to do this to me and the world? When your children and grandchildren ask you the same question, what will you say?
That's all, folks. You bet.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll go to public comment.
I don't see anybody in person, public comment on this. Is there anybody on Zoom or phone that would like to make public comment on this item? If so, please raise your hand or unmute yourself if you're on the phone. I don't see any raised hands and nobody speaking up on the phone.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Yes,
please, actually, I'd like to make public comment.
Yeah.
Say that again?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I do want to make public comment. Good evening, Mayor Justin, members of the City Council.
State your name.
I'm about to. My name is Chris Bowyer. I'm a security professional and a resident of Solvang, and in the interest of transparency, I'm also one of the 4 people running for an open seat on the Solvang City Council. It's my belief that individuals who are campaigning for an elected position within their local government should be really leery of making public comments on agenda items before the City Council, because it's way too easy for candidates to use this podium in the interest of self-promotion, which detracts from the business of government that you all have been able to engage in. But I'm going to make an exception to that tonight. I've advocated for a long time that people in leadership positions need to listen to the experts. Tonight, I'm speaking to you as someone who has consulted numerous times on the topic of information security and concerted disinformation campaigns and how they pertain to a given situation with private individuals, government agencies, and corporations. I know what disinformation looks like, and it's why I'm here. In the late 1970s and the early 1980s, it was a fear of high-voltage power lines. In the late 80s and the 90s and beyond, it was the advent of cellular technology. And now we have the latest iteration of this fear, that 5G is going to cook us like we're in a microwave, or that it's going to enable universal tracking. Last Thursday evening, I received the email from Mr. Mendoza regarding me, or asking me to urge you all to consider a moratorium on testing, installation, and activation of 5G in our community. The call to action I got was rife with disinformation, mistakes, and outright lies, and I knew that the second I saw it. However, we live in an age where disinformation pushed digitally on people has very real consequences. Some of the disinformation that is informing some of your constituents right now. 5G operating at 60 hertz. That's the same frequency used to communicate with submarines by the U.S., Russian, and Indian navies. In fact, 5G operates in a range that every Wi-Fi router in America and every single home and office broadcasts, well above the 60 hertz limit. It's in the range of 450 to 6 gigahertz. The claim that 5G technology is going to be used to monitor and control tiny biometric computer chips in our body through the proposed towers connecting to thousands of low Earth orbit satellites, I can't believe those words just came out of my mouth. I don't have too much to say about that, except that a 5G tower on City Hall right now wouldn't be able to reach Valley Fresh Market, much less a satellite in low Earth orbit. They're talking about a lawsuit and research by the Children's Health Defense Advocacy Group, headed by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. It's thanks to the CHD and other very similar organizations that diseases like measles have resurfaced in the United States, despite the fact that the disease was once believed to have been eradicated. There is a very tragic example of the real-world consequences of disinformation, and this time what you were just presented with is meant to galvanize our community into coming into here with an outlandish conspiracy theory that has no scientific basis. I wish I had 15 to 30 minutes to present to you on what the 5G technology can actually do. But at this point, I'm just urging you all not to be a part of that and to not impose any type of moratorium on 5G technology making its way into Solvang right now. At the end of the day, this is a product that is meant to preempt the massive wave that we are finding is coming in the first quarter of the 21st century as far as the usage of data and the transmission of data. Right now, the LTE and the 4G networks, as well as 3G, can handle it, but in 5 years' time, they won't. And that is going to affect businesses and individuals and every single level of society. So I really hope that you guys don't consider any kind of a moratorium on 5G tonight. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
I don't see anybody else raising hand or speaking up. That was the only phone speaker.
Okay. See no one else, we'll take it back to the council for discussion and action. Who'd like to start? I believe this is more of a presentation. I think the only action items I really saw were more around aesthetics.
Yeah, I think it's a general policy direction and discussion.
Okay.
I'll make a comment. When Michael first brought this to the council, he was the only one discussing it, and being not the smartest guy on the block, I thought pretty much 5G was all about faster cell phone service and faster Wi-Fi, et cetera. And then I started doing my own homework. The gentleman who just called reminds me of a person who is really into trusting your master, because that's what some of the things that I've learned about this have been. It's like the same people that said the government knows best what's good for you, and that's what that caller just sounded like. I've done my homework. I happen to agree with Michael. When he first came before this council, I was completely opposed to it because never mind. But I've done a lot of homework on this, and I've changed my mind, and I think that we should try and slow this down.
I agree with Robert. I have no problem with slowing this down. What's the big rush? We have not been shown any data at all to counter what we've been presented as far as health and surveillance and government overreach. And you have to be a moron to think the government will not use these things to reach into your life, because that's all they want to do. So I'm all for slowing it down, limiting the testing, whatever we can do. I'll definitely go for that.
Chris or Karen?
I've spent 5 years in this area helping finance wireless companies and wireless technologies. And I disagree with you, Robert, respectfully. I have to agree with Chris. Is it Chris Bauer? Bauer? He's, unfortunately, based on everything that I've been involved with over many years, he's right. And the damage to human tissue is really at an even lower level. That's where the body absorbs more of the thermal heat from those lower frequencies. I'm not an expert. I'm not going to try and argue these points. I'm simply saying that 5G operates at a much higher level, and that is not the same level that does damage to human tissue. It's the lower frequencies that heat up the body, much like solar radiation. You know, you stay out in the sun too long, you will get sunburned. That's a type of thermal damage to your skin. Now, again, I'm not going to get into an argument with Mr. Mendiza. I appreciate the fact that he is passionate about this subject and he's trying to help the community understand it. God bless him. We need to have more of these types of community discussions. I just think that we should have had more of a fair and balanced approach. This is, in my opinion, a bit of a one-sided approach where he's brought his opinion and where he thinks the world's going to go over the next 20, 30, 50 years. Who knows? He may be right, but we don't know. I'd like to hear more from the Verizon engineers. Why didn't they show up? I've been dying to know what they think about this.
We've been saying that for 6 months.
I know.
Where's the other side making this point?
So
I can make a quick comment on that.
Go ahead.
Verizon will not engage directly with City Council. Verizon is available to hold community workshops.
Great.
If the community is interested in that.
So I think that that's an example of where we can help as leaders, council leaders, help educate the community, bring in the experts, whether they're from companies like Verizon or from academia or from passionate, concerned citizens, and let everybody get all the facts on the table and debate them as passionately as they like. But at the end of the day, that's going to make the community discussion work and be a healthier debate. So I would respectfully disagree with you. I think we need more debate, not less. And slowing it down, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm suggesting speed it up. Have more of these community discussions.
No, I'm talking about the fact that you want to have more community discussions is fine, but in the meantime, we shouldn't roll out something that we don't know anything about.
We don't have control over that. That's a
We do. We can do a couple things, is my understanding.
And secondly, you have to understand, these are microcells. Macro cells, wireless macro cells that support your cell phones are far more damaging to your body. That's why they don't put them next to the house. They put them on some mountaintop away from everybody because that is much worse on the human body. But the microcells, the wireless mesh networks that they're talking about putting all over light posts and things like that, that's not the same thing. And it operates more on a point-to-point line of sight, very short distances, just as Chris was talking about. It can't even reach from here to the old Nielsen's Market.
It can if you put it on every lamppost in Solvang.
It would have to be repeated.
Which
That's
is
the
what they
point.
want to do.
Because it operates in such a straight line of sight and a weak level of energy. So it's not going to do the same kind of harm to the human body or the human brain or any other organ of your body. That much we know because we've been studying this now for 30, 40 years. We have plenty of research to show that no one's come down with, we don't have a massive case of cancer as a result of radio technology. Not yet, anyway. You're more likely to get skin cancer from sitting in the sun too long.
But you don't know that.
No,
I mean,
we do.
cancer has increased exponentially, right?
Skin cancer is far more prevalent than any type of cancer from a cell phone. That's
Right,
a fact.
but I can decide if I want to get skin cancer. You put a satellite next to my house, I'm not deciding that.
No one's going to put a satellite next to your house.
I don't know.
And like he was saying, this type of technology doesn't work from space. It just can't. That's a different kind of technology altogether.
I just don't see any problem with putting a hold on it until we know. I don't see why we have to
Why
push
would
it
you put
through.
a hold on until you actually talk about it? Talk about it first.
Fine, and then we'll know.
Bring in the engineers, bring in the academics. Let's have a full-on debate. I think the community is best served when we have more discussion, more public debate, and respectful discussion, not the kind we hear like tonight.
Karen, did you have any comments?
No comment.
Okay. As a courtesy, Mike, I'll let you, I see you want to make one more comment. I will allow that, but then we got to move on.
Yeah, for sure. Zena has my recommendations, and I think that those are things that you can consider doing. And part of it is more of this. And there are symposiums of medical experts from around the world who have gathered over the last decade, presenting the data that you would want to have at that. And that's what you should see. You should watch the medical experts talk about what's going on. So all that information is available. So thank you, guys.
I got a quick question. Are any of those medical experts being blocked on social media?
Oh, yes.
Okay, then I like them.
Yeah. The censorship thing is huge. I mean, it's ubiquitous and going on all over the place. So that's another whole issue. But,
Got it.
But again, in terms of Chris's suggestion, there's tons of, like I said, tens of thousands of scientific reports of the harm that is being done. And there's video documentation and summaries of these conferences that are being hosted that are looking specifically at 5G and what it's doing biologically. So all that's available, and it would be great to have those kinds of forums. That's number 4 on my list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
Break.
Yeah, can we take a break?
Well, yeah, after this, let's move on to the next first here. So, I mean, I guess where I'm at is I understand the concerns from both sides. This is a presentation that Michael really wanted to deliver to the council regarding his point of view and, many others' point of view regarding this. But I'm all for, it's a topic, it's an active thing going on everywhere, and, people should be able to see both sides of the argument. We could always get staff to try to arrange a regional workshop with the telecoms, get more data out there, make educated decisions. I think it even said in Michael's presentation right here that there's nothing actively really happening right now. Maybe a test site or something like
Yeah,
that.
they got a test. They're testing it right next to the school, actually.
Oh, good.
Constantly.
And I'm aware of
Roast
that.
the kids.
You're glowing.
It's not just that. I'm also, my concern stems a lot from the surveillance as well.
The AI.
I don't
Yeah, but that's a whole nother issue.
it's not a whole other issue. It all goes through 5G.
And that's my.
I mean, you have enough of that surveillance right now, right?
He's talking about it from a health standpoint, I think. not-
No, he also
not
mentioned the other.
That's my big sticker.
I don't want to be controlled, Chris. I like my freedom.
You're already being controlled.
Otherwise, I see this as a way bigger regional issue. I'm not all that much sure how much really local control Solvang has over this particular item here. I do see something about some value in discussing the item with our other boards with regard to aesthetics. I mean, it's pretty common that you see just as you drive down the freeway that some trees aren't actually really trees. They're cell towers disguised as trees, and that's just meant to be more aesthetically pleasing. I do believe we can install some of those kinds of ordinances so you don't end up with no ordinance and then something ugly on the road.
Yeah, but these microcells are so small. They're about the
I'm
size
not
of a
arguing anything
laptop.
about microcells. I'm just talking about aesthetics. And
You can hide them
as
very
we all
easily.
know, people here in Solvang are very,
But you can hide them very easily.
very in tune. Again, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying the reason for why you come up with those ordinances around aesthetics is, it's not usually that the telecommunication provider says, yes, let's go spend way more money on researching this and make them all look really, really pretty. I don't know if they really care. It's because there was a push from communities to make them look more aesthetically appealing usually. So, I mean, those are ordinances that can be looked at so that we end up with more aesthetically looking cell, anything that goes on in the future.
Hey, Robert, can you contact the League of Cities and see what they have to say about this?
Yes.
And we can do that.
They have materials on the website
That's why
too.
I was
mean,
thinking it would
they
be-
have already gone through
Yeah.
quite a bit of an effort, looks
Yeah.
like, in
No,
2018, but it didn't go through the legislation.
So is that good enough general direction to be able to end this item and move on to the next?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we'll move on to item number 5, fiscal outlook, COVID-19 update. But we'll take a 5-minute break before doing that item. All right, we'll resume the meeting here. I think this meeting would probably go a little bit past 9:30. I'm thinking while we're at a breaking point, maybe we make that motion to continue it past 9:30 now? Would that
Sure.
Be okay? Is there a second to that? Yes. Seconded?
Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnius, Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Waite,
Yes.
Mayor Tushant.
Yes.
Don't say no just for
5-0.
fun.
Item number 5, fiscal outlook, COVID-19 update. Staff report.
So this is an item, basically within the past year, the city has established a quarterly reporting structure that updates the council and the public on our financial situation as we go along. You all have transitioned to a 2-year financial plan that each year the council adopts a legal budget that allows me to make expenditures. There's a mid-year review where it's a midpoint, larger discussion, and then you also receive a quarterly update on both revenues and expenditures. So today's report includes data through July and August. It doesn't have the full quarter yet of September, but it also looks back at the Q2 of calendar year 2020. So that would be your April, May, and June, which was the really hard-hit time for COVID-19, and you haven't seen all of those numbers yet. So just a few key takeaways before I scroll through some of the graphs that are included in your report is that in Q2 2020, GDP dropped 32.9%, which was the largest drop in history. Looking at sales tax in California, sales tax declined for the months of April, May, and June, so the Q2 of 2020, by 20.1%. Our Solvang numbers for sales tax are actually very much in line with that California number, to where our Q2 sales tax had also declined by 20%. The good news is that if you look at the more current data of August, we are only 5% lower than the prior year in our sales tax. So there's definitely an upward trending trend to where we are doing better and better. But we are not quite back to last year's numbers at this point. On TOT side, the average occupancy rate for Q2 was only 6% in May, very, very low, or April, 20% in May, and 39% in June. Our average occupancy rate for the last year was 69%. If you look at the numbers where we began to see recovery and began to see tourists in town, you see that July number for the occupancy rate was 58% compared to 87% last year. And then in August, we got up to 69% compared to 83% of last year. At this point, I think it's too early for us to tell, especially given that we don't know how the winter may go, if there's could be an additional outbreak that might shut us down further, again, knowing the reopening guidelines from both the state and the county. So at this point, I think it's too early to make any changes in the assumptions as far as our revenue, but the next update would be during the mid-year review to where we can look at those assumptions. The expenditures are all in line with budgets through the Q1. And then I want to just show you a few graphs here. Oops, sorry, I'm gonna have to flip this. There you go. So this is our current forecast for sales tax. It's not much different. This is being provided by our sales tax consultant, who also kind of does an economic update for us, or Avenue Insights. It's not much higher, just slightly higher in the first 2 years, so 21, 22, 22, 23, which is our current financial plan. But what they are expecting in looking at the recovery to date is that it is expected to be a little bit more V-shaped than we saw during the Great Recession. So that is their analysis. If you look at this chart here, The green shows the Great Recession, which took about 6 years to recover back to the level of revenue from 2008 to 2014. What we are looking in the gray area here is modeling of the recovery that we are seeing right now with COVID-19, obviously much subject to some of the unknowns as far as how the virus and the reopening continues. But this assumption here presumes that we should be back to our normal levels to where we were pre-COVID-19 within 3 years. It's not an immediate recovery, but it is a little bit better news than some of the really pessimistic forecasts that we saw at the very beginning of the outbreak. So about 3 years to get back to where we were. Now I just want to show you another 2 graphs, which are summaries that we post on the website for our sales tax and our TOT. This is your sales tax receipts. So you want to look at, you see in April, May, and June, we had pretty low receipts. Now getting into July and August, July actually was higher, but that's an anomaly because the state had back in April or May allowed businesses to defer their sales tax payments by 6 months. And what we are seeing is that with this kind of recovery that we have seen in the summer, most businesses are electing not to fall behind and are actually making their payments. So that kind of explains that anomaly in July being higher than last year. And then August is probably your more normalized sales tax to where we're just 5% lower than the previous year, going from $143,000 to $136,000 in receipts for sales tax for that month. Now on TOT, here you see total amounts received as well as your occupancy rate. You can see here in March we had dropped to 34%, 6% in April, which was really the big closure. In May we were 20%, 39% in June, got up to 58% and 69% in August. So the total forecast for the year is that we would be at about 60% of our normal receipts. If we were to continue to recover with this trend of July to August, then our receipts could be as much as about 80% of total receipts from last year. But once again, I think it's just too early to make that determination at this point with just these 2 months in the beginning of the year. We need to really see how the winter season goes, and December will be another showing factor. So some mixed news that, yes, we're recovering. We're not quite there. Probably about 3 years to get back to where we were. But we'll continue to monitor it and come back at the mid-year in January with the next set of projections. That concludes my report.
Okay. Are there any questions of the staff report?
No.
Okay. We'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment?
Would anybody, there's nobody in person for public comment. Would anybody online like to speak on this item?
Oh.
Please raise your hand or unmute yourself if you would like to speak. I don't see any public comment.
I do have one question. I'm sorry.
We'll take it back to the council for discussion action. Chris, would you like to start?
Sure. I keep asking for the same information. I can't seem to get it. Can we get a breakdown by quarter of the major sales tax categories? I don't understand why this is so difficult. I've asked this for 2.5 years now. I just don't get it. I know we produce it. I want to see, because we know that 60% of the sales tax comes from food, beverage, and retail. That's the primary driver, right? And we just don't seem to have any idea of how well they're doing quarter to quarter, year to year.
We have data that is available for public disclosure by category, which you have been provided before, which includes categories such as retail and food and beverage lumped together. That's available quarter by quarter for every year.
Can I get it?
Yes, I can distribute that to the council.
That'd be awesome, thank you, because I'd love to pass this on to other businesses in the community so they can get a better idea and compare themselves to the rest of the industry, whether it's food, beverage, or retail.
Okay, is there anything else?
No, other than I appreciate first of all, after 2.5 years, I think this is the most comprehensive and detailed report we've actually received. So thank you very much to you and your staff for at least providing us with this. And I look forward to even more detailed information as we had discussed.
Okay, so we'll receive and file that item. We'll move on to item number 6,
Item
marketing
number
update,
6.
which we tabled. So then we'll move on to item number 7, implementation of license plate readers and surveillance cameras. Staff report.
In just a second here. Okay, so this item was actually requested primarily by Mayor Pro Tem Clark, and the council had general support to look into this program. This item is to consider in general and maybe in specific implementation of license plate readers and surveillance cameras. I do have a representative from the company Vigilant Solutions that provides with a product of license plate readers, who has a brief presentation for you just so that you can get a better idea of what that type of product looks like. But I'll walk you through a brief presentation before we dive into that. So the recommendation for this item was to authorize city manager to pursue a contract within the city manager's purchasing authority of up to $50,000 to implement license plate readers to improve public safety and marketing data collection, and to approve a budget amendment of $50,000 from general fund, and then to receive a report on preliminary findings for surveillance cameras implementation. So a little bit on license plate readers. This is recommended by law enforcement and by our sheriff's department. They have been actually requesting this for about the past year, wanted to work with us to look into this option. It has a dual function potentially of both public safety features as well as marketing analysis. Now, Solvang is uniquely situated where most of the traffic comes in through the mission, so there's 2 main gates into the city, which makes it a lot easier for us to implement something like this and actually capture all the data, because we only potentially need 4 cameras installed to get the traffic coming in and out, as opposed to a city that was, for example, a square where there's multiple points of entry, which would be much more difficult to implement this kind of program. The Vigilant Solutions platform is a cloud-based solution, which is a great feature, especially for a small city of us. We don't want to necessarily get into the business of being responsible for maintaining the data, including all of the legal aspects of that. It also creates a useful tool because it's cloud-based. The information can actually be shared amongst multiple law enforcement agencies. So it has features in there where you can share your information or accept information from other agencies, since it's all in the cloud and in one database. It also has marketing reports capabilities to provide information by zip code and how long a car, it has a time when the car enters the city and exits the city. But at this point, this company has not fully worked yet through the California Consumer Privacy Act, and it's kind of a work into the future. So this could be a multi-step approach potentially. This is the Vigilant Solutions, and I'm sure the representative will speak to this in a lot more detail, but their product basically has license plate recognition, data and analytics. It has fixed or mobile LRP cameras. We are talking about fixed installation. It has facial recognition, ballistics analysis, crime mapping and analytics, campus safety solutions, parking enforcement solutions, and corporate security solutions.
What do they mean by ballistics analysis?
We'll let Greg answer that.
Guns. I know what a gun is.
The
I know what a bullet is.
license plate readers recommendation is that if you do elect to move forward with developing this type of program, you could approve a budget adjustment of $50,000. About $25,000 of that would be one-time installation of cameras. This could be lower, as in the upcoming summer, they will have additional cameras available that are solar-based, which have lower installation cost. And if we wanted, it we could potentially use that if that's the best option for us. There's about a 10-year ongoing cost for public safety component of this, and about a 10-year per year marketing component cost. And as I mentioned, that is not quite available to us. If you were to move forward with this and allocate this money, then I would work under the purchasing guidelines or policies of the city and obtain 3 competitive bids of comparable products and make final determinations on the locations for camera installation. We have discovered with help of the Vigilant Solutions that it may be problematic for us to use any space within the Caltrans jurisdiction, and so for us to implement this, we would need to do a little bit more research and potentially find alternative solutions on where to install those cameras. But you could move forward today if you want to and allocate this $50,000 and then allow staff to work with this company and also get some comparables to see what's best for a program like this for the city. Now, on the surveillance cameras, there is no cost estimate at all this time of how much it would cost. The recommendation, if you're interested in this type of product, would be to pursue issuing an RFP. I have not seen an offer from a company yet that is cloud-based. I think having a server in-house would be quite problematic for the city and being responsible for that amount of data, as we are very small and we're actually going in the direction of getting rid of servers and going cloud. But we could consider going out with an RFP and seeing what we can find, ask for a cloud solution, and then think about whether or not there's an interest for installing just surveillance in high-density tourism areas, such as the Copenhagen Drive, the Solvang Park, and the Alsa Road. And with that, I would like to ask Greg to join us and jump in and show us a little bit about the product. Greg, are you still here with us?
I am still here, thank you.
Thank you.
Let me see if I can get my screen to share here. Meow.
He's gonna have to start his video first.
You need to start your video first, Greg.
Share, yeah. There we go. Yep.
Okay, we can see it. Greg, we can see the video now, or your screen. Oh, there you go.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, perfect. So, Mayor, Council, thank you very much for having me this evening. My name is Greg Mills. I am with Vigilant Solutions. Vigilant Solutions is a company that was acquired by Motorola Solutions about a year and a half ago, the big radio company that services most of law enforcement throughout the United States. So I have been with Vigilant Solutions for about 6 years now. I've been involved in license plate reading cameras for law enforcement for about 12. And I just got to say, I do love your guys' town. We make it a point to stop through there on our annual road trip. So happy to give this presentation to you guys tonight. All right, so with Vigilant Solutions and Motorola as a whole, Motorola is making a real effort to go towards video and video analytics for law enforcement. We see this as the path forward for law enforcement as an industry and as a whole. A lot of law enforcement agencies are looking for more accountability, more data, more facts as they push forward and try to better themselves and better their relationships with communities and things like that. So in addition to Vigilant Solutions and license plate reading cameras, there are a whole other fleet of different systems that we have, from body-worn cameras to standard CCTV, access control, things of that nature. For the purposes of this presentation tonight, I am going to stick just with the ALPR side of the house. To answer the question, just for fun, revolving around ballistics, what we're doing is we're looking at the head stamps of expired shell cartridges from a fired gun, putting that into a database, and then every expired shell cartridge from a gun has a kind of a unique fingerprint to it, and we can compare it to other evidentiary cartridges that are in the system and find potential links between guns that were used across various crimes in various locations. So that's what we're doing with the ballistic side. ALPR is a little bit similar in that nature. As Enia said, we are a cloud-based solution, and we do have a lot of law enforcement agencies within Southern California currently using our product. So I like to break it down in the beginning and just talk about what is ALPR. ALPR, no matter what vendor you go with, everyone's taking the same 5 pieces of information. For the purposes of this project using fixed cameras, what we're looking at is the back of vehicles after they pass through, let's say like an intersection. So we're not taking the front of the vehicle, we're not taking any driver photos, no occupancy photos, we're just looking at the back of the vehicle and the license plate as it comes through. Now from that information, we're able to take 5 main pieces of information. One's going to be a color overview of the vehicle. So that's going to be a zoomed out picture of the entire vehicle. There's going to be a zoomed in image of the license plate itself. There's going to be a text interpretation of the plate, so what our software believes that license plate to be. There's going to be a date and timestamp, and then there's going to be a GPS coordinate. And that's it. Just 5 pieces of information. There's no personally identifiable information involved in this. We're simply taking pictures of license plates and providing that to law enforcement for a public safety purpose. Now, when that data does reach our database, what we do is we cross-reference it to the law enforcement hot lists. Hot lists are a list of license plates that law enforcement is currently looking for. And we trigger alerts back to dispatch on any wanted vehicles that have passed through the area. So if it's a wanted stolen vehicle, if it's a wanted felon, if it's a known gang or terrorist member, anyone that exists on this list, we provide that alert back to law enforcement. In addition, you guys have the option to keep that data for a certain amount of time. You don't have to keep it if you don't want to. You can keep it up to about 5 years if you want to. But law enforcement can use that for investigatory purposes also. So if you guys do have an incident within the city, maybe it's a string of property crimes, or maybe you guys do have a violent crime or something that way, law enforcement has that data of all the vehicles that came into and out of your city. It's also good on a wider spread for larger investigations when we're dealing with narcotic trafficking and human trafficking and some of the more darker stuff that law enforcement unfortunately has to get into. Having that type of information from major thoroughfares such as 247 Mission through there is also valuable to them for a lot of the things that they work on. So what we're adding to this situation is situational awareness. Again, triggering those alerts for law enforcement, investigative insight, allowing them to go back in time and saying, hey, what vehicles were in this area when this crime was committed, looking for possible suspects, possible witnesses, things of that nature. And then also process automation. We're not doing anything that law enforcement isn't already doing. A lot of times following a significant event, law enforcement has to go back and review CCTV plates or CCTV video feeds and pull in license plates and write them down manually and do the process that way. What we're doing is we're automating the process to make them more effective and more efficient for your community. This is a quick snapshot of the agencies that are currently using Vigilant Solutions just in Southern California. We have over 70 agencies on board. We have every sheriff department currently on board with our backend database, which is our sharing database within the system. Now, it's important to note that if Solvang does choose to come on board, you guys fully own and control the data that you produce on the system. If you don't want to share it with anybody, you don't have to. Some cities opt only to share that data with their neighboring jurisdictions. Some cities opt to share it a little bit wider, but that's fully up to you guys. You don't have to share if you don't want to. You can be an entirely siloed community. That's up to you. What we're looking for, or what we're looking at for the purposes of this project, is on both the east side and the west side of Solvang on Mission, is to put on 2 cameras at each of the locations, one for the ingress and one for the egress. So the vehicles coming in and the vehicles coming out. At each of these locations. As previously alluded to, one of the difficulties here is working with Caltrans. Caltrans is notoriously difficult to put up any type of infrastructure, regardless of what it is or who you are. It's very difficult to get through that process. We often have cities and agencies want to take this on. They go after it for about 2 years, ultimately to get their permit denied and get told no. So we've been doing this for a very long time. Again, I've been in this industry for about 12 years. We have ways around it that we can work with the city, longer range cameras, solar-based options, things like that. Following tonight, if we do get a positive affirmation, you do want to move forward with this project, I will be working with Matt Vanderlinden to come up and review some locations and give you guys some further possible options. We've got a lot of different camera options. What you guys will be looking at is the L5Q camera here in the middle. And again, these cameras can read day, night, up to 150 miles an hour. They read the legacy plates, which are the black and yellow ones. They read the paper tags from the DMV. These are state-of-the-art, industry-leading cameras you guys are looking at putting up. This is just a quick snapshot of other deployments within Southern California. Real small form factor from the cameras. You can see up here, there's 2 of them deployed onto this mast arm right here. And then relative to the sign of the actual traffic signal itself, the cameras are fairly small. And again, with these types of deployments, these are aimed at the back of vehicles for after they've already passed through the intersection. So we're not looking at the front, we're looking at the back of the vehicles.
Are they wireless?
They can go over cellular. So with these installations, the cameras are right here. The wires will run through the mast arm back to a communication box that sits on the vertical mast. And then from there, we can go over cellular, Wi-Fi, mesh, whatever you guys have, we can utilize. As long as it ends in a Ethernet cable and RJ45, we can get that hooked up. Or just go over cellular.
5G?
Just to give you guys an idea, this is the alert as it would come into dispatch. So the process would be the alert would come in, it would pop up, make noise, it would tell them, hey, we just saw this vehicle. In this case, this is a stolen vehicle from a fixed camera. So that's actually what the image would look like from your fixed cameras if you chose to deploy them. Law enforcement through their process, how we train to do it and how they, under California state law and everything that way, the proper process is they get this alert. The first thing they do is they compare this license plate to the detected plate number. Those two have to match. They also have to ensure that it is the state of the plate matches the hot list that it came off of. So this is saying that it came out of California Department of Justice. That's a California plate. Now you have a good hit. The second check that they do is they run it through their existing systems that they have to also make sure that, yes, this is still a wanted plate through an independent system. Once those checks have been verified, then they respond according to policy. There are some rules in place within the state of California in regards to responsible ALPR use. One of those is going to be Senate Bill number 34. That is something that if you guys, regardless of vendor you choose to take on, you really need to go through and understand that. You just make sure that you're abiding by all the rules within there. Our system, as long as law enforcement is also following proper policy, gives you the ability to be fully legal under Senate Bill 34. The other one is Senate Bill 54, and that's in regards to all information shared with any type of immigration enforcement within the state of California. So Senate Bill 54 just says, hey, you cannot share this information with any type of immigration enforcement. So with both of those Senate bills, our software gives you the ability to stay within the law on those, but you also have to ensure that the officers are also following the proper protocol to do so as well. So at the end of the day, we take 3 main pillars with this type of a product. One, we're increasing officer awareness. It's important for officers to know if a wanted felon or a wanted sex offender or someone of that nature is entering into your city. It does provide a great amount of officer awareness. We're boosting policing productivity. There's a football analogy that we often use with this type of technology where, what this product does is it's purely about lead generation. So sometimes we're throwing that 5-yard pass that gets them to the next point in their investigation by saying, hey, look at this. Sometimes it is the vehicle that they're looking for, and you're throwing that touchdown pass. But it does produce productivity because we are providing more data that they have to go through. Now, we always say with this, it's always a finger up. It's never a finger at. Just because you have the license plate, it doesn't mean anything. It's simply a lead similar to an anonymous phone call. They still have to go out and build the investigation around it. But regardless, it's very, very good information to have in an investigation from a law enforcement standpoint. We also have citizen engagement type products as well, which I'm not getting into as much tonight, but we do have a lot of public-private partnership type products to where homeowners associations and business communities can actually go out and purchase these cameras themselves, use them for their own security type purposes, and then also share that data with law enforcement. So there are a lot of public-private partnership type efforts that are going on throughout the nation right now through this type of a product. This is one of my favorite quotes that we got out of a lieutenant. He said, "We have 211 officers, but now it's like we have a couple thousand officers." This is one of those products, and I know it's a common term and a very overused term, but this one is one of those products that truly acts as a force multiplier. And I know I'm coming at you as the vendor tonight. If you guys are very curious about this type of product, I strongly recommend that you talk to your representatives from Santa Barbara County Sheriff that serve in your city. I know that a lot of them are really pushing to get this type of a product in the area as well. That it will really help them with a lot of their efforts. So that's it for the presentation. I can get pretty in depth with this if you guys would like me to. I wanted to kind of keep it at a high level overview and walk you guys through exactly what we're trying to accomplish here, but I am open to any questions that you guys might have at this time.
Anybody?
Are there any questions of the presentation?
I don't have any.
I had a couple questions. One was around, I want to know what are the closest cities to Solvang that actually have this type of solution?
Cities right nearby that would be on the Vigilant platform or using ALPR in general?
No. What cities, he's asking what other towns near us are using the same system?
Just, I mean, what is the nearest? Is it Santa Barbara? Is it Sacramento?
So Santa Barbara Sheriff has access to us right now. They're looking at coming on board with a more formal long-term contract at the moment. We've got quite a bit going up in San Luis Obispo. And then that would be San Luis Obispo Sheriff and Paso Robles. And then some of the other contract cities within Santa Barbara County are kind of waiting to see what Santa Barbara County does as a whole. They were coming on board with us prior to COVID, and then they pulled that back due to some funding issues. So I am waiting to hear on that. I know Buellton was previously interested, but then again, COVID knocked a lot of stuff off the rails.
And then can you describe your statement of fully own and control the data? So what does that really entail for the city of Solvang if it were to take this solution on, and what's the liability and what do we have to manage with that, and what data is it the city would actually fully control and own?
Right. So we're a cloud-based solution. So you are sending your data to be hosted with us. Contractually, you still own it. So within the language of our contracts, which we can provide over to you, you guys still own the data on the server. Now you have an option. You have an option whether that data wants to be held on a non-law enforcement server for the city of Solvang, or if you want to put it into Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department's account in their bucket for them to be able to have that data within there. If you go with your own server, well, not your own server, but if you go with your own account, you can still share that data over with Santa Barbara Sheriff. But what I mean by own and control is the data is yours. If you guys ever choose to part ways with us, we have to put it on a hard drive and ship it back to you. You control the retention on the server, so how long that data is kept for on the server, and once it hits that deadline date, it is completely deleted off the server and there's no bringing it back. You also control who gets access. So if you don't want to share it with any other cities, you don't have to. If you don't want to share it with Santa Barbara Sheriff, it kind of defeats the purpose of the program, but that's an option to you as well. So you guys get full control over it. We don't have access to it unless you give us permission. Actually, within the software itself, if we need to do any maintenance on it, we need to notify you guys first. And you guys can give us access for our techs to go in there and service the system itself. But for the most part, we're completely cut off from it once you guys are brought on board.
Okay. Are there any questions? Okay, so then we'll go to public comment.
Would anybody, there's nobody in person for public comment, would anybody online like to I see one hand, Mark Infanti. If anybody else would like to speak, raise your hand on, Mark Infanti was first, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Infanti. I'm a citizen of Solvang. And in full disclosure, as Chris said, I'm a candidate for the city council. I'm opposed to this implementation of a license plate reader in the surveillance system. There's a couple of reasons why. First off, I haven't talked to everybody, but all the residents I've talked to, none of them see the need for this. We don't have a high crime city. If we lived in LA, it's a great idea, but we don't live in LA. That's why we're living here. In some of the candidate forums that happened in the past, Councilman Waite had said multiple times that the city has a $2 million shortage. On page 144 of your packet, and what the city manager was just representing to you, it said it's going to take 3 years to get back to the level of sales income that we have. And it's going to take another year to get back to the TOT. We don't have a lot of money, and you want to spend $50,000 on something that, best I can tell, nobody wants, except maybe Mr. Clark. And then it's $50,000 and $22,000 a year to maintain it. So there's some cash associated with this. If speeding is the council's main concern, which doesn't seem likely, particularly on Mission, you can't speed on Mission. You have a tough time keeping up with the walking people. But you can spend the money on a motor officer, somebody on a motorcycle, and do that. According to Vigilant, the marketing component's not fully yet cleared due to the California Consumer Privacy Act, so half the reason that you've asked for this isn't even available. In discussions with a former county sheriff of Santa Barbara, he thinks there's no need for this in Solvang. And then I'll go back, pardon me, I'll go back to Councilman Johnson's comment. Didn't want anybody to see what's going on all the time and constantly be under the radar. And if you put one of these systems in every time he drives through town, he's going to be recording. I don't think that this is a good idea for the city at this time, considering the budget and all of the other issues. Thank you for listening.
Okay, next is Julie Glenn. Go ahead, please.
Yes, hi. It's Julie Glendenning, again, a resident of Solvang. And my biggest concern as I hear this report is, certainly it sounds like something that the Santa Barbara County Sheriffs would want. Then I think it should come from their budget. I don't think this is something that the citizens of Solvang should pay for. If we were going to spend that kind of money, I'd like to see the community resource officer come back. That had a direct impact on our marketing and things that we do in town, because they helped organize the parades, all the security, the stops, traffic control, that kind of thing, and coordinated with our local schools. I feel that that officer did far more for the citizens of Solvang than spending money on this license plate reader program. And if there is a marketing component, again, as I said, I think it would be much better, the money would be much better served with the community resource officer coming back. And if the county sheriffs, this is something that they really want, then that should be out of their budget, not the city of Solvang. So as a taxpayer, I'm a resident of Solvang. I don't think this is the best use of our money. Thank you.
Okay, next we have John Padfield.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I would like to echo the last two speakers, in fact, Mr. Infanti and Ms. Glendenning, in the fact that I honestly do not feel Solvang needs to spend $50,000 plus the $22,000 per year upkeep on this system right now. Mr. Mills, in his presentation, did say that there were a number of cities that had this on hold due to COVID, and I would like to echo that in the fact that Solvang does not need to spend the money on this great sounding system right now. Thank you.
Okay, would anybody else online like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand. I don't see any more raised hands at this time.
Okay, seeing no more public speakers, I'll take it back to the council for discussion and action. Chris, would you like to start?
Sure. Is there any grant money available for this kind of a project? I remember talking to the people down in West Hollywood who put something like this in, and they had worked with a company much like this on a trial basis. I think it was for like 6 months, and it was on a reduced cost plan, so they were able to evaluate whether this made sense for that particular community. And then secondly, if it did make sense, could we attract some kind of, or secure some kind of grant funding to support it for some period of time?
I am not aware of any grant specific to this at this point, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
And what does the League of Cities say about this, Robert?
I'm not familiar with what the League of California Cities says about it.
I have to believe they have a position on something like this because this is now becoming more prevalent, especially in bigger cities like LA and Fresno.
I can find out.
I'd love to know what the league's take on this because we don't want to reinvent the wheel. As far as cost is concerned, I have to agree. Unfortunately, I'm not really confident in the benefit of this. So we track license plates, great. How do we use that after the fact? I would love to hear from the sheriff's people come in. Is it Jeff Green? I'd love to hear Jeff Green's take on this and why he thinks it's a good idea for a partnership with the city in this particular case.
Robert?
The reason we started with this is that I've spent time with law enforcement in Santa Barbara and in Solvang. I've spent an evening, in fact, all citizens can do this. You can drive with a police officer by putting in an application and spend an evening and ride in a patrol car. And I've seen the things they have to deal with on a nightly basis. I've seen, 8 or 9 meth pipes on a Saturday night on Copenhagen, all on Copenhagen. And of the police that I've talked to, the sheriffs that I've talked to, I said, what's the one thing the city can do to help you guys? And they said, cameras. And like that, the clip was on the screen, is the one sheriff felt that would add to thousands of officers. It's I think the callers this evening made very good points about the timing of the expenditure. My original plan was what I wanted to do. The officers wanted cameras downtown, and ideally a license plate reader. As far as this public services employee or the community service officer, I think a $50,000 one-time cost is a whole lot less than employing a full-time body over the years. But I responded to law enforcement because I support law enforcement. They're getting beaten up enough. And I asked them, what can we do for you? And they said cameras. So that's why I'm here.
So Robert, I got to, because my understanding is this is just 2 locations at the entrance and exit.
The original thing was cameras, putting cameras on Copenhagen and Alisal is a safety issue.
Okay, so it's really...
It's 2 separate things. And then this is, as Zena said, she hasn't been able to get, and I would like to put on an RFP for those cameras just to see what they're going to cost. But when I asked the officers, I said, what can the city do to help you do your job? That's exactly what they said was cameras. And that's why I brought it up in the first place. So that's where I'm coming from.
Ironically enough, that's what 5G is supposed to support.
It is funny that I was thinking about that when we were talking because I'm against all this artificial intelligence.
Right.
And I know that on a daily basis, everybody's photographed 67 times anywhere they go in a town.
Well, Google keeps better track of you than the police does. Right?
True.
So my point
but
is, the technologies are
law enforcement wants this. That's why I brought it up.
And I don't have a problem with that, but I just think that this particular plan doesn't really address what you're trying to do. And I think what you're doing is, what you're suggesting we do is great. I like that idea. But this plan doesn't address that.
It's up to you guys.
Daniel?
I don't want cameras anywhere. I'm anti-surveillance, anti-5G. I don't want my life to be under a microscope 24/7.
It already is.
That's great. I don't want to propagate it. So I would actually, I'm a hard no right now.
Do you have a cell phone?
I'd be a hard pass too, Daniel. If that's a motion, I'll second it.
I'll make a motion that we reject these cameras at this time.
I'll second it.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark?
No.
Councilmember DeJarnis?
No, I'd like to keep exploring this.
No.
No.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Waite?
Yes, reject it.
Mayor Toussaint?
Hard yes.
Passes 3-2.
Thank you. On to item number 8, purchasing and budget policy review.
Okay. So this item is sort of a procedural cleanup. I would like to just basically scroll through a red-lined copy of a purchasing and budget policy that's included in your packet. The report starts on page 247, and really the purpose of the changes for the purchasing policy is to both minimize some of the procedural needs of having to bring items to the council, and it's totally different jurisdictions have different threshold, and it's whatever works and is right for the organization and for the level of control wanted. But the purchasing policy changes, raises the threshold of the amount of contracts that can be approved at the city staff. However, it lowers the threshold that requires competitive bidding. So it actually makes it more transparent that more contracts are being awarded through a competitive bidding process. And the higher threshold of approving contracts at staff level at that point is also coupled with changes that are in the budget control policy, to where there's budgetary transfers that cannot be made that are without council approval, that take any dollars out of fund balance or transfer money between department and department. So once you adopt a financial plan, this structure keeps staff following that financial plan and those policies and goals, but creates a little bit less of the procedural need to be bringing specific contracts and whatnot back to council. It's totally up to you whether you want to make those changes or whether you want to keep it as it is, but at least this will be a conversation of awareness of how we are currently operating and what this policy is, has been, or is proposed to be changed. So the authority levels currently are that the city manager can approve contracts of up to $50,000, and anything over $50,000 has to be approved by the council. There's always been the purchasing officer, which historically was the administrative services director. It's an appointee of the city manager, and they can make certain transactions on their own without seeking city manager approval. Now this would be the management analyst, which is sort of a spin-off from the administrative services director. So the threshold there was the same as the city manager, and actually a department head threshold was also $50,000, so it doesn't really make sense because everything to $50,000 really was at city manager's level. So this proposes a different layer structure to where the city manager with this proposal would be able to approve contracts of up to $100,000. Anything over $100,000 would have to come to city council for approval. Purchasing officer would have a lower threshold so that they can approve smaller contracts at their level without necessarily having to have the city manager approval. And then department heads can approve contracts of up to $10,000. Obviously, all of this is still controlled by the budget. The supervisors can approve transactions of up to $1,000, and staff up to $500, just as their operating expenditures.
Would you mind, just because I hear that there's, public claims of, clearly when I read them, it's misunderstanding of how things work, but could you just describe some of the controls we obviously have in place regarding budgets? And, you don't just walk around with a checkbook, and this isn't saying you get to just walk around with a checkbook and cut $100,000 checks for whatever you feel like that day.
Right. So I'll get to it in a little. I'll get to it also from the budgetary perspective when we look at the budget policy. But essentially, the city council approves a 2-year, or you have just migrated to approving a 2-year financial plan that allows the city for both operating and the capital improvement program to be aligned with the priorities of the city as is described and set forth by the city council as you're the electeds for those 2 years. Now, that plan is set to implement certain goals and certain policies within those 2 years. Staff then develops programs and continues to operate within those programs to deliver on those deliverables. Every year, the council has to, by law, adopt the appropriations, which allows me then to make expenditures and basically operate the operations and projects within the financial plan and within the adopted budget. Budgets are controlled at fund level, department level, and division level. What I'm proposing, which was not very clear before in existing policy, but we have been acting that way, is that any budget adjustments that require drawing on a fund balance that's above what was appropriated has to come to City Council, even if it's just $1,000 automatically. And I'll get to that in more detail. Now, the purchasing policy creates
And all of these end up also going through the warrants too, which the council has to approve.
at the end of the, yeah, as things are being processed, there's a transparency element that every transaction that is expended at the city then comes through the consent agendas every month to City Council, to where you have an opportunity to review and ask any questions. And obviously, all the financials are also audited by auditors and presented in the CAFR, which you will be seeing in December.
So there's many controls in place, and you don't walk around with a big fat checkbook and just cut checks when you feel like it.
No, I definitely.
Okay. Thank you for.
And where did you get this insightful analysis or news? Was it on Facebook?
I think you go to Facebook for news and Solvang.
Yeah, was Facebook the news for Solvang?
Anyway,
Yes.
please continue on.
Is
with
that
your
the major
staff.
source now
Please
for
continue on with your
Solvang?
staff report.
So, scrolling down here. Just get to a part that's changing. So these changes here are just in alignment with the little chart that I was just showing you. And I've created sort of a little bit of separation for purchase of goods versus purchase of services. It's primarily the same, but there is one slight difference. So for goods, we are proposing that, and this is just totally procedural, that purchases of up to $1,000 don't require a PO. That just creates, you cut a check versus create a PO. It's one less step at the very staff level. Which has been very low at $500, so now it increases to $1,000. Now we're going with goods over $1,000, but less than $10,000, require just a prudent judgment, and requesting of 2 quotes is strongly encouraged, but not required. Now, costs between $10,000 and less than $50,000 require 3 competitive bids. And costs of $50,000 require formal bidding process, so go into an RFP. So these are policies that are set. There's no legal requirements here. These are policies that are set by council for staff.
Which we've already had those long-standing
Right.
policies, and you are now making updates to them.
Now, for general purchases of services, it's the same thing, increasing the requirement of a PO to $1,000 instead of $500. We are going with just 2 quotes encouraged between $1,000 and $10,000. And then this is a little bit lower threshold here because services is just something that is more professional and difficult to judge as far as their performance, and there's a little bit more monitoring aspect to it than simple purchase of goods. So the threshold that's suggested here is that services costing between $10,000 and $35,000 for services would require competitive bidding, but everything that's above $35,000 would actually go through a competitive process of an RFP. So every contractor that you hire that you spend more than $35,000 on a year would then go through an RFP process and be competitively selective. This incorporates the revision of city manager being able to approve contracts up to $100,000, and everything over $100,000 has to go for council approval for contract approvals. And then there is another just minor change over here in Public Works, just eliminating this additional confusion of $15,000 and making it a little bit more clear that Public Works projects of $25,000 or less for construction work should follow the applicable sections of this document, and then basically goes into the Public Works type of policies and procedures. And that is really the end of the substantive on purchasing policy. Now moving to the budget policy. It's a long policy here. Just get the right place. All right, so there you go. So the budget policy was apparently last time looked at in 2010. The purchasing policy, by the way, was last looked at in 2015. And what the budgeting policy did before was just not allow the city manager to make budget transfers of more than $5,000. The reason the budget is there is really to allow staff to monitor expenditures throughout the year for budgets versus actuals, to be able to monitor expenditures and manage expenditures. So the budget is controlled at, as I mentioned, the city council adopts a 2-year financial plan. Each year you then appropriate appropriations that allow me to make expenditures. We have our mid-year report, and we also have our quarterly reports that updates you on up-to-date financial situation. We have major funds, which are the general fund. We have 3 enterprise funds, which is water, wastewater, and transit. And we also, with this year, established the capital improvement program that would allow us to better manage within that fund all the major general fund and other non-enterprise fund expenditures within that infrastructure fund for capital improvements. The budget is controlled at fund level and at department level and division level. And the proposal is that the following budget adjustments or the following controls would apply to budget adjustments, to where any transfer of over $50,000 would require council approval. So here you're looking, I can approve a $100,000 contract, but say there's already $100,000 available in that account for that program, so it's aligned with what you were intending. Versus if I was to want to shift $50,000 from one program to another program, then I'm potentially making fairly significant shift in what I'm achieving in those programs. So those larger transfers in budget would actually come to you so that you're aware of these changes that I'm making. Now, all transfers from fund balance, as I mentioned, would come to you because we shouldn't be expending any more than was originally intended to be expended within that year. Now, I'm proposing that I, as the city manager, would be able to make transfers between $5,000 to $50,000, or it actually should be up to $50,000, and also to be able to make transfers between departments. But all of those transfers would be less than $50,000. But that would give me some flexibility to manage expenditures between different departments, still in alignment with the financial plan. Now, the department head and city manager's designated budget officer, which in this case would be also the management analyst, would be able to make small transfers of up to $5,000 and to make transfers between divisions. And the reason for that, it's not that there's significant changes in operations, it just keeps tighter control and tighter record in what the current budget shows versus current expenditure. So when we look at those budget to expenditure comparisons, it's a lot easier for us to track whether we are on track or not. Whereas right now, we are just overexpending in some areas, and there isn't a clear line of, how we're really aligning. So this would make just financial operations a lot more clean for us internally as staff, and yet provide with some flexibility without having to come to council. So that's the recommendations.
Okay. Is there a credit card policy? Because I also, someone called me and saw on Facebook, someone posted that all the council members have credit cards. I've never had one.
So
I have yours.
Do we have council member credit cards here?
there is no council member credit cards.
'Cause I didn't know if I just lost in the mail or something.
No.
Okay.
Staff
So
has
we do
credit
not
cards.
issue council member credit cards.
Actually, I should mention this because
Shouldn't
there is a
ask the
credit
question.
card policy in the purchasing policy to where all department heads and supervisors will be issued a credit card policy with a limit of $5,000 a month for expenditures only. And this actually should be mentioned for transparency reasons that I'm suggesting the city manager will be issued with a credit card with a $20,000 limit, because we run into situations sometimes to where somebody needs to have a larger limit to make a larger purchase. So this still has the control that it goes through me. And frankly, everything that I expend, there's accounting staff that gets receipts and bugs me about getting receipts and make sure everything is accounted for and receipted for. So there's a lot of transparency. It's really just a tool for us to operate. For example, when we are going to be making this bulk purchase of the barriers, if we do that for the Copenhagen Street closure, that's an item from Amazon, you need a credit card.
Okay. And again, the council members don't get credit cards.
Council members do not have credit cards.
And we've never issued council members credit cards.
We have never issued council members credit cards.
How about gift certificates? No?
Or gift certificates.
Okay.
That's a new one.
Are there any questions of the staff report?
No.
No.
How long have you been a financial manager for government?
I worked in the county executive office starting in 2006.
So you've been doing this a long time.
Yes.
I want the community to understand that when you come to the council and make recommendations, it's based on 15 years of history. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, I know. Did you go through a background check when you got hired on?
I did.
Oh.
We do fingerprints of everybody that's hired, and that's run through the national database. That's one of our hiring requirements.
Okay. That was on Facebook apparently too.
Oh, yeah. That's where I get all my news. Thank you.
I get my news there too.
It's amazing.
I'm going to start running the city based off of Facebook news.
I think that's great.
If you take their advice, it'd be a much better city.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Are there any other
I should just
questions
shoot
of the staff
myself
report?
now after reading Facebook. Yeah.
I actually do believe that probably is on Facebook. All right. Any other questions of the staff report?
No.
Okay. With that, we'll go to public comment.
Is there anybody online that would like to make public comment? There's nobody in person. If so, please raise your hand. I don't see anybody raising their hand on this item.
Okay. With that, we'll take it back to the council for discussion and action. I think. Is there any other questions?
Nope.
Any other
No questions.
comments? Okay. I think the recommended action here is to approve updating the policy with, I believe, even stricter and more transparent controls on it. I think we verified that the city manager did go through a hiring process and did receive a background check. I think she's also been vetted as a person working in finance for some time. And city council members don't have credit cards. They've never been issued credit cards.
Or gift certificates.
Or gift certificates. And the city attorney doesn't have one either, no.
City attorney does not have a credit card.
Okay. Well, if the city attorney doesn't have one, I'll make the motion to approve this.
I'll second the motion.
All right, it's moved and seconded.
Mayor Protem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnis,
Yes?
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Waite,
Yes.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to item number 9, AB 1234 report out. I don't believe there's been any events that have been paid for by the city that anyone needs to report out to satisfy that requirement. No one's been to any events paid for by a city or paid for on their city-issued credit card? Okay. And then you have council comments and requests. Who would like to start? Daniel, would you like to start? Daniel's a pass. Robert?
Wait, come on, man, I didn't want to ban fracking. Go ahead, that's it.
Okay. Chris, do you have any comments?
Yes, unfortunately, I have to address some of the bizarre comments that were made earlier this evening. I have to ask the attorney, because he's probably the best informed, have I, as a council member, ever violated any council protocols?
Why do you put him on the spot?
I'm sorry, I can't.
No, this was a serious question that Lemmy Johnstone put out there. I mean, it has to be addressed. Have I committed any gross violations of council protocols?
Were you the one who broke my windshield in front of the mayor's house in August?
Is that a council protocol?
Actually, I have to admit, there is not a council protocol prohibiting breaking the city attorney's windshield in the month of August.
Well, how about breaking the city manager's rear window on her van?
Or taking all of Karen's signs.
Or taking my signs down, and wait a minute, sabotaging my car's engine for $2,500. Was that a violation of the council protocols?
Unfortunately, I'm not aware of any council
Have
protocols
I
that prohibit
committed any
of
Brown
those.
Act violations?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have I violated any city ordinance or policies?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have I violated my oath of office to the Constitution?
I don't know of anything. I would note that the First Amendment is actually also in the Constitution, and that was not earlier mentioned.
Well, I'm just shocked that the community simply doesn't want to believe that I don't have any problems in terms of this area. And sadly, Lemmy Johnstone, she's entitled to her crazy opinions, but not her own set of facts. And same thing is true with poor Miss Clark. I don't know where she gets her information. Oh, wait, Facebook. Now I get it. Thank you. And just to be clear, I never lost my FINRA license. I abandoned it when I decided to start my own company. So let's be clear, Lemming, whatever your name is, I never lost my license. And secondly, I have maintained my California insurance license, and the only way that I could possibly have a California insurance broker license is if I have a clean record. I've never committed a felony. I've never committed a misdemeanor. I'm not guilty of any breach of fiduciary responsibility or whatever you want to say, Lemming. You are entitled to your outrageous opinions, but not your own set of facts. So go fish. Go beat up on somebody else your own size. And as far as mafias, anybody, and this is from the dictionary. I'm not trying to paint, it has two connotations, but really it's any closed group of people that have a controlling influence. And anybody who's going to run around stealing signs, breaking car windows, whether it's your windshield or your car's rear view window, or damaging my car for the purpose of political purposes, that's a mafia. They may not be smart, but that's a mafia. And I don't see how that advances the public discourse. I don't see how that adds any value to the community other than to create a nasty, hostile, toxic environment which the community doesn't need at this time, especially during COVID. We deserve better than the group that's pushing this crazy agenda, these smears and slanders and libelous writings in all these stupid Facebook chat rooms and newspapers. This has got to stop. I wish that Lemmy, whatever her name is, Johnstone, had more character and more integrity and was more concerned about the health and welfare of the community, as we have shown by our commitment to doing what we can to serve our community. So far, I don't see it from Lemming. I don't see it from her backers and her people. So I challenge her to start being positive and start contributing to the community instead of trying to destroy me or anyone else on the council. Shame on her.
Okay,
How do you
Karen,
count that,
do you have any comments?
I have no comments.
Okay, I have no comments tonight. I'm tired and want to go home. We're adjourned.